Chapter 11:24. Of course, we're going to do it in one go. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. I reckon that this cave abode was definitely left behind by an ancient peerless powerhouse. It's impossible that there's only this much. There must be other treasures in other places. Aren't you afraid that those forces will be displeased and hunt you down? Zhao Shui asked from the side. I'm not afraid. Lin Xian shrugged and said with a smile, so far, the forces that I've robbed are all forces that have a grudge against me. So, even if I don't rob them, our relationship won't change. Instead of that, why don't I rob more? As long as I'm strong enough, I won't have to be afraid of these forces. Lin Xian was extremely confident. He had sufficient cultivation techniques and pill formulas now. The only thing he lacked was resources. If he had sufficient resources, his cultivation would definitely soar. By then, it would be hard to say who would be afraid of whom. Since that's the case, I'm much more relieved. Zhao Shui nodded. Let's go deeper and take a look. Lin Xian also stood up and ran forward. The two of them were extremely powerful when they joined forces, as long as they weren't surrounded by a group of 7th-level supremacies. Their lives wouldn't be in danger. The two of them moved forward at a fast speed. However, at this moment, a muffled voice suddenly came from afar. Haha, little girl Morong, I advise you to give up. In your current situation, it's impossible for you to guard these things. Whether we can guard them or not, you'll know when you try. At this moment, another feminine voice was heard. Lin Xian frowned when he heard the voice coming from the front. That voice should belong to Morong Qingqing. Moreover, it seemed like she was in trouble. Speed up, let's follow and take a look. Lin Xian said to Zhao Shui. Then, the zephyr wings on his back flapped. Light flashed on them, and as they flapped, they brought with them the power of zephyr thunder, increasing his speed once again. Beside him, Zhao Shui's body glowed brightly as well. She followed closely behind Lin Xian and flew forward. The voice in front of him was indeed Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing was wearing a purple robe. She looked very dignified, and her whole body was emitting spiritual energy. Unlike Zhao Shui, the previous Zhao Shui was like a demoness. After losing her memories, her personality became incomparably cold and unapproachable. However, Morong Qingqing was different. She was like a queen with an irresistible temperament. At this moment, she had indeed encountered some trouble. Opposite her were 3 powerful ancient martial art practitioners. 2 of them were 6th heavenly layer venerables, and 1 was a 7th heavenly layer venerable. The 3 of them were very powerful. Little Morong girl, I must say that your powers have exceeded my expectations. You've managed to hold your own against us for such a long time on your own. It's truly shocking. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. He wore a dark green robe and had a domineering aura around him. This dark green man's aura was terrifying. He had reached the 7th level of supremacy realm. He slowly said, however, it's impossible to protect these treasures. I advise you not to waste your energy. If you get hurt, I won't be able to explain myself to the Morong family. Don't be so smug. The Morong family was the first to discover these items. If you want a share of the loot, you'll have to ask for my permission first. Morong Qingqing did not back down in the face of such a powerful group. Just then, a cold scoff sounded from the side. Little Morong girl, we've already given you a lot of face. If you don't appreciate our kindness, don't blame us for being merciless. This time it was a woman who had spoken. She looked to be in her 30s, and her entire body emitted a mature aura. She was wearing a long pink dress, which emitted a sparkling and translucent light, revealing her snow-white thighs and proud twin peaks. She was holding a pink paper umbrella, which made her look extremely alluring. However, at this moment, her voice was rather cold. Give face? The Morong family doesn't need you to give face. An old lady with a head full of white hair was standing behind Morong Qingqing. When she heard the other party's threat, she scoffed coldly. "Since that's the case, I'd like to see how long you can keep up this stubborn act." The girl in pink held the paper umbrella and walked forward step by step. Then the aura of a 7th-level honorable martial artist exploded from the pink woman's body. The moment this aura appeared, the surrounding cultivators felt their scalps go numb. On the other side, Murong Qingqing's expression was solemn, as if she was facing a great enemy. To be honest, she could still hold her ground against the previous group of 3. However, if a 7th-level honorable martial artist were to join the fray, her situation would become very dangerous. After all, a 7th-level honorable martial artist's powers were extremely terrifying. With the addition of such a powerful cultivator, the situation of the battle would definitely change. However, it was impossible for her to admit defeat just like that. Then Murong Qingqing cried out delicately. With a flip of her lily-white hand, a fist-sized imperial jade seal appeared in her hand. The imperial jade seal was scarlet red, and a real phoenix was carved on it. It was very lifelike. Light flowed on it as if blood was flowing in a pool. It was exceptionally lifelike. Once the scarlet imperial jade seal appeared, a terrifying aura immediately erupted and resisted the pressure of a 7th-level honorable martial artist from the woman in red. Seeing that the other party was able to resist her aura, the pink woman's eyes darkened and she scoffed coldly. Light flowed around her body, and the paper umbrella in her hand also emitted light. Then a beautiful ray of light flew out of the umbrella. It was like a fairy flying from the heavens as it emitted a blinding light and slashed forward. It was an exceptionally stunning ray of light that instantly lit up the entire sky. The surrounding cultivators did not even have time to react before the ray of light arrived in front of Murong Qingqing. It was too terrifying. The ray of light was extremely sharp and quickly pierced towards Murong Qingqing. It was about to pierce through her. Not only that, but the aura of a 7th-level honorable martial artist from it was even more terrifying. However, Murong Qingqing cried out delicately. She held the scarlet imperial jade seal in her lily-white hand and blasted it forward. In the next moment, the pink ray of light violently collided with the imperial jade seal and let out an earth-shattering sound. However, what shocked everyone was that the scarlet imperial jade seal actually blocked the ray of light. What? It blocked it. The cultivators on the pink woman's side were shocked and in disbelief. The pink woman was also extremely shocked and could not help but squint her eyes. Murong Qingqing stretched out her lily-white hand and held the scarlet imperial jade seal. The bottom of the imperial jade seal was square, and there was a real dragon coiling around each side. There was a phoenix lying on top of it. It was like an immemorial divine beast that was looking down at the world below. Under Murong Qingqing's control, the phoenix on the imperial jade seal seemed to have awakened and released an infinite ray of light. In a daze, everyone seemed to have seen a huge phoenix awaken and spread its wings to cover the surroundings. Scarlet light flowed and divine light bloomed. It was as if the blood of a god had spilled. It was extremely terrifying. What kind of treasure is this? It's so terrifying. Even I feel a little scared. Chapter 11:25. She'd originally thought that she could easily take down Murong Qingqing with her help. However, she hadn't expected that she wouldn't gain the upper hand at all. Instead, she was intimidated by her opponent's aura. Pink sky fragrance, although you're also a 7th-level supremacy, you're nothing compared to my young lady. The white-haired old lady behind Murong Qingqing spoke proudly. The green-robed, middle-aged man also frowned. His eyes flickered as he stared at the scarlet jade seal. Then he seemed to recall something and his expression changed. Could this be the true phoenix jade seal? There was even a trace of panic in his voice. Humph, at least you're knowledgeable. Of course, this is the true phoenix jade seal. The old lady spoke again. Impossible, how is this possible? This time, it was the black-robed, middle-aged man's turn to be shocked. As far as I know, not only does controlling the true phoenix jade seal require an extremely high cultivation, but more importantly, a special bloodline power is required to activate it. No one from the Morong clan has met this requirement for nearly 1,000 years. Could it be that she possesses that bloodline? At the end of his sentence, the middle-aged man looked at Morong Chingching with extreme shock. This time, the white-haired old lady didn't answer. Instead, the middle-aged man muttered to himself with an extremely shocked expression. Damn it! Looking at this situation, this Morong Chingchin seems to have that kind of bloodline. I'm afraid the situation isn't good. Duan Mo, what are you muttering about? The pink lady frowned. The shock on the dark green man's face surprised everyone, especially the pink woman. She was even more puzzled. She was puzzled because she'd never seen such an expression on his face. Duan Mo, what are you talking about? What bloodline? The pink lady asked in confusion. The black-robed, middle-aged man took a deep breath and tried his best to control the shock in his heart. Then he said in a deep voice, I can't explain this to you in a short period of time. However, you should have heard of the Morong clan's origin. Morong Shue's bloodline is very similar to that of the Morong clan's first ancestor. What? It's actually that bloodline. The pink lady shrieked in shock when she heard the middle-aged man's words. She hadn't expected Morong Chingching's bloodline to be so pure that it had actually shown signs of atavism. Damn it, the Morong clan is really lucky to have someone with atavism. The pink lady's voice was filled with jealousy. They were all cultivators from the top clan's bloodline. However, with the passage of time, after thousands of years, the bloodline in their bodies had become very weak. Very few people could be like their ancestors, with the power of their bloodline outstanding. It was very rare. It was atavism to atavism's atavism. Atavisms. However, this kind of phenomenon was extremely rare and almost impossible to find. They never thought that one would appear in the Morong family, and it was right in front of them. Not to the Morong clans, to the Morong clan. To Morong est, as right T Morong, Morong Chingcheng. T, S A Chingcheng's right, Morong TS, to are we going to give up? Those sixth-level supremacies looked towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man frowned. Just as he was about to speak, the pink lady gritted her teeth and said, Humph, so what if hers bloodline's atavism? So what if she's strong? Their numbers are limited. If we join forces, I don't believe we can't suppress her. This is in the battle of life and death. We just need to keep Morong Chingcheng occupied while the others go for the treasures. The eyes of the middle-aged man in the dark green robe lit up when he heard this. He smiled. Indeed, he had been shocked by Morong Chingchen's bloodline power before, which was why he had lost his cool. Now that the pink lady had reminded him, he was suddenly enlightened. Morong Chingcheng was strong, but they weren't weak either. Moreover, they were an alliance of many forces. Among them, the dark green man was a cultivator from the palace of gods of war. Other than that, there were also the 8 clans under Prince Ling Feng. There were also people from the palace of gods of bird. With these forces together, they were definitely stronger than the Morong clan. Let's split up and attack. I'll keep Morong Chingcheng occupied. Tian Xiang, you take the others to get the treasures. The dark green man said in a deep voice. Then he let out a long roar and charged toward Morong Chingcheng again with a few 6th-level respect. The pink lady also led a group of cultivators, bypassing Morong Chingcheng and rushing toward the treasures behind her. Seeing this, Morong Chingcheng snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack. Purple chi surrounded her body and quickly infused into the Imperial Jade Seal. Then, the Imperial Jade Seal trembled gently. With the support of the spiritual power, it quickly grew bigger. It was like a small mountain, blooming with colorful light. The multicolored light shot out like a phoenix being born from the fire. Accompanying it was the low cry of a phoenix. The sound was abnormally terrifying. It tore through the 9 heavens and shook many cultivators, causing them to lose their footing. The cultivators from the palace of gods of bird were even more shocked. They seemed to be in trouble. The aura in their bodies was suppressed, and they couldn't even use half of their strength. On the Murong clan's side, their spirits were lifted. Everyone was in high spirits and quickly intercepted the enemy. In the next moment, Murong Chingching waved her hand, and a phoenix shadow quickly attacked. It hovered in the air and flew directly toward the Pink Lady. Like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens, it was extremely powerful. Damn it! When the Pink Lady saw this scene, she was so scared that her face turned pale. In the face of this terrifying attack, she didn't dare to be careless. She mobilized the spiritual power in her body and the surrounding spiritual chi to counterattack. She placed the paper fan in her hand horizontally and used it as a shield to block this attack. Rumble! The sound shook the sky. The cultivators behind the Red Lady only felt their ears roar. The spiritual power in their bodies was tumbling. Many of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Not only that, the surrounding mountain rocks collapsed. The entire space became extremely distorted and cracks spread in all directions. This attack was too terrifying. If it weren't for the protection of the array in the ancient cave mansion, this attack would have turned the entire cave mansion into ashes and no longer exist. However, even so, there was still a great shock in the surroundings. It was unforgettable. The Red Lady's face changed greatly. She only felt an irresistible force hit the paper umbrella in her hand, and she was immediately pushed back. On the other side, the middle-aged man in the dark green robe was also stopped by the Murong clan. Both sides were in a stalemate again. In the next moment, the Pink Lady and the middle-aged man's faces darkened. They didn't expect this result. Although the Murong clan was a powerful clan, they also had the Palace of War Gods on their side. Chapter 11:26. It could be said that they had already surpassed the Murong family in terms of strength. Even so, both sides are only tied. Neither side could do anything to the other. How about this? Let's each take a step back and split the treasures here equally. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Originally, he wanted to chase the Murong family away and take all the treasures for himself. But now it seems impossible. Therefore, he proposed the condition of splitting the treasures equally. At this point, he could not help but look into the distance. There were countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures there, but his gaze fell on a peculiar item. It was a palm. Of course, there was no flesh left, only bones. However, even a blind person could see that this palm bone was extraordinary. This was because this clavicle was not white. Instead, it glowed with a faint golden light. The entire palm bone was faint golden. Although it no longer had any signs of life, there was still a trace of aura on it that shocked everyone. That aura had already surpassed that of a supremacy. Therefore, this palm bone was at least something left behind by a king. Moreover, the middle-aged man reckoned that this was definitely not an ordinary king. This was because he was also from the Palace of Gods of War. There were also kings in the Palace of Gods of War. However, he had never heard of a king whose bones were faint golden. One could imagine how precious this golden palm bone was. Previously, they had risked their lives to chase the Murong family away because of this golden palm bone. Not only was the middle-aged man tempted by this golden palm bone, but all the cultivators present were tempted as well. Moreover, it was not just the palm bone. The area around the palm bone was also filled with precious treasures. For example, there were a few fist-sized crystals near the pale golden palm bone. These crystals were crystal clear and shone with a colorful light. Not only that, but it also contained a shocking amount of spiritual energy. Even from far away, everyone could feel it. The younger disciples might not know what the stone represented, but the older generation, especially the 7th level supremacies, were all shocked. Their eyes were burning. This was because these were spirit stones. Moreover, they were high-grade spirit stones. Therefore, all cultivators knew about spirit stones. This was because it was an indispensable daily item for cultivators. Whether it was for their own cultivation or to use money to buy other things, it could be said that spirit stones were closely related to cultivators. However, most of the spirit stones on the market were low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones. Among them, low-grade spirit stones were the most inferior. Mid-grade spirit stones were the spirit stones that most martial artists used on a daily basis. Its purity and spiritual power were much better than that of low-grade spirit stones. However, there was another type of spirit stone above that, and that was the high-grade spirit stone. It was much better than the mid-grade spirit stone, because the spiritual energy contained in it was too pure. There was no need for the martial artist to refine the impurities. They could directly absorb the impurities without any side effects. Furthermore, the energy contained within it was several hundred times that of a middle-tier spirit stone. It could be said that it was exceptionally valuable. Most importantly, once a cultivator broke through from the Exalt realm and attained the King realm, they wouldn't be able to utilize mid-grade spirit stones anymore, whereas high-grade spirit stones could continue to be utilized. One could only imagine how precious a high-grade spirit stone was. This kind of thing couldn't be found on the market because it was monopolized by some of the top forces. However, even those big clans did not have many high-grade spirit stones in their possession. But now there were more than 10 high-grade spirit stones in this place. In addition to the high-grade spirit stones, there were also a few broken weapons, which were extremely eye-catching. These weapons were extremely damaged. Some had been completely shattered into pieces, while others could still be distinguished. Even though these weapons were damaged, they emanated energy that caused one's heart to palpitate. Everyone knew that these weapons weren't ordinary treasures, and they were the fragments of Earth-rank treasures. Even though these treasures were broken, their value was even more precious than a quasi-Earth-rank treasure. Moreover, the size of the fragments here was much larger than any of the fragments they'd encountered in the past. If they were able to obtain it and utilize other materials to refine it, then they would absolutely be able to refine a peerless weapon. Once such a weapon was refined, then even though its strength was inferior to a true Earth-rank treasure, it could crush any other weapon. If they were able to obtain such a treasure, then it would absolutely be able to improve their combat strength greatly. Besides this, there were other precious treasures of heaven and earth that caused others to go red with envy. Everyone guessed that these treasures probably belonged to the owner of the golden hand bone. However, a great battle might have occurred during the ancient times, causing that expert to perish and leave behind all these treasures. As for where the complete corpse had gone, no one knew at all. Moreover, this wasn't something that they were considering. What they were considering was how to obtain the treasures in this place as much as possible. Originally, this place had been discovered by the Morong family, and other cultivators had no way of interfering. However, later on, the middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War had arrived. He had led a powerful team and joined forces with the other surrounding 6th-rank sects to fight against the Morong family. Hence, the current situation had occurred. Divide equally? You're all too greedy. Morong Ching scoffed coldly. We were the ones who discovered this place. I admit that you were the ones who discovered this place. However, do you think that you have the power to take it all for yourselves? The middle-aged man coldly asked. Even though you have the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal and can fight against us, what about the others? You should know that our team is an alliance of other top forces. In terms of numbers and battle power, we've already surpassed the Morong family. If we were to really fight, I'm afraid that you won't be able to gain any benefits. Hearing this, the cultivators from the Morong family's faces darkened, while Morong Ching's eyes flickered. Indeed, these words were not wrong. In terms of battle power, Morong Ching could rely on the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal to fight against the opponent's 7th-rank honorable martial artist. However, Morong Ching could not care less about the others. As for the other 6th rank honorable martial artists and 5th rank honorable martial artists, their opponents far outnumbered the Morong family. This did not mean that the Morong family was weak. Instead, their opponents were not just a single organization, but an alliance of several top forces. Perhaps no family would be able to fight against a lineup like this. However, Morong Chingching shook her head resolutely. It's impossible for us to divide evenly. If you're not willing, then let's fight. She was very determined because, even though they were outnumbered, she had a peerless treasure like the true phoenix imperial jade seal in her hands. Coupled with the power of her bloodline, she was confident that she could suppress her opponents. Hence, she would not agree to their demands. Just as both sides were confronting each other and the atmosphere was becoming tense, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly arrived nearby. Chapter 11:27. This was because the situation was more complicated than they had imagined. Just the number of people on both sides had already surpassed the previous Shin family. Moreover, what shocked them even more was the treasures in front of them. The value of the things inside had far exceeded the value of the treasure vault they had obtained earlier. High-grade spirit stones. Zhao Shui was shocked. There are also fragments of earth-grade artifacts. Her eyes were burning, and her heart was filled with excitement. On the other hand, Lin Xian was staring at the beautiful purple figure in the crowd. It is indeed Qing Qing. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He hadn't expected to meet Morong Qing Qing at this time. Moreover, she didn't seem to be in a good situation. Just as Lin Xian and Zhao Shui arrived, the battle ahead erupted again. Because both sides hadn't come to an agreement, they started fighting again. This time, the battle wasn't as gentle as before. Because in front of such a peerless treasure, everyone had lost their minds and fought with all their might. Of course, the most intense battle erupted between Morong Qing Qing and the 7th level venerables opposite her, because the outcome of their battle would ultimately determine the outcome of the battle. Among these peerless experts, Morong Qing Qing was the most outstanding. Although she was the youngest, her battle strength was the strongest. Morong Qing Qing held the true phoenix imperial jade seal, and every attack was like the birth of an ancient divine beast. It was extremely fierce, and ordinary 6th level venerables couldn't get close at all. Only a powerful 7th level martial honorable would be able to contend against it. Even so, after a few exchanges, those 7th level venerables suffered quite a bit of injuries. Damn it, this girl clearly doesn't have a 7th level venerables cultivation, but she's using the true phoenix imperial jade seal to display such powerful battle strength. Using the true phoenix imperial jade seal consumes a lot of energy. I don't believe her bloodline power can last for such a long time. The pink lady gritted her teeth. Morong Qing Qing's powerful battle strength didn't just shock those from the Palace of Gods of War. Even Lin Xian, who was in the distance, was shocked. He'd never imagined that Chen, she would actually be like him. Even though Qin, she hadn't attained the 7th level of the Exalt realm. Qin, she was able to erupt with a battle strength that wasn't inferior to a 7th level Exalt realm expert. What kind of artifact is that Imperial Jade Seal? It's so powerful. I've never seen her use it before. Lin Xian muttered to himself. You know her? Zhao Shui asked. Zhao Shui was also extremely shocked by the battle prowess of the purple-clothed woman in front of her. However, she did not expect this person to know Lin Xian. Not only do we know each other, we're old friends. Then what do you plan to do? Attack? Zhao Shui asked. Of course we have to act. However, we can't do it directly. Otherwise, it's very likely that we'll be besieged by numerous 7th level venerables. I think we can use another method. We won't directly confront the 7th level venerables, but we can still disturb those people. Oh, what do you want to do? Zhao Shui asked. Simple, Rob. Lin Xian's lips curled up and his eyes shone brightly. Without needing Lin Xian to say anything, Zhao Shui already understood what he meant. Then, The two of them looked at each other and quickly attacked. At this moment, the scene in front of them was extremely chaotic. However, the area near the golden hand bone was not occupied by anyone. No one touched the treasures there either. However, compared to the treasures outside, the two sides were fighting fiercely for them. However, because the Palace of Gods of War had more venerables, they gradually suppressed the Morong family. The Palace of Gods of War and the other rank 6 sects were overjoyed when they saw that the Morong family was suppressed. Although this was the outer area of the Golden Handbone, the treasures here were extremely precious. It was enough to tempt them. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed and they all screamed. This was because those treasures had mysteriously disappeared in front of their eyes. Fuck, my purple thunder divine bamboo! Damn you! Who stole my prized artifact? Is this place haunted? Could it be that the ghost of the ancient powerhouse who had passed away is here? When these words were said, everyone's hair stood on end. This was because the scene in front of them was too strange. They did not see anyone make a move at all. However, those treasures disappeared in front of their eyes one after another. This made them think that the ancient powerhouse was not completely dead and that there were remnants of his ghost causing trouble here. Nonsense! Where did this ghost come from? An old venerable whose cultivation had reached the 6th celestial layer snorted coldly. How could there be a ghost? Someone must have done it secretly. Humph! Whoever dares to steal from the Palace of Gods of War, they're dead meat. Although this old man shouted coldly and comforted the surrounding disciples, he himself was not very confident. This was because even he did not realize what was going on. They did not realize that it was because the snow-white little monkey who had taken action in this area. With the strangeness of that small, worn-out bull, these people could not have discovered it at all. However, it was different in another area. This was because Zhao Shui was taking action in that area. Zhao Shui was the one who was openly robbing, so she was discovered the moment she made a move. Where did this thief come from? How dare he steal from us? He's courting death. Furious roars rang out one after another, accompanied by a terrifying and monstrous power. Clearly, the powerhouses there had made a move. However, no matter how strong these people were, they were only 6th heaven venerables. They could not do anything to Zhao Shui. Amidst the boundless violent energy, a white figure flashed continuously like a celestial being from outer space. Above her head was a strange and mysterious void sky eye. Every time she made a move, a treasure would disappear. This strange scene immediately attracted the attention of the 7th level supremacies in front of them. Immediately, the faces of the Palace of Gods of War darkened. This was because they originally had the advantage. If no one had caused trouble, those treasures would definitely be theirs. But now, someone dared to steal from them. This was snatching food from a tiger's mouth. The people from the Morong family were also surprised. They did not expect that someone would dare to make a move at this time. However, they soon rejoiced in the Palace of Gods of War's misfortune, because according to the original situation, they might have been driven out of this area. Now that someone had caused the Palace of Gods of War to suffer a loss, it was naturally good news for them. However, when they caught sight of the white figure, they were all stunned for a moment, because that figure was too young. She seemed to be around the same age as Morong Qingcheng. However, the aura she emanated was extremely terrifying. Obviously, the young woman in white had reached the 7th heaven venerate realm. Regardless of whether it was the Morong family or the Palace of Gods of War that were surprised by such a young 7th heaven venerate realm expert, especially the middle-aged man and the pink-clothed woman. Their pupils had constricted, and they were extremely shocked. Even though the pink-clothed woman looked to be in her 30s, her true age was already a few hundred years old. She could be said to be a true member of the older generation. As for the white-clothed woman before them, she was clearly a real young woman, and she was only in her 20s. It was extremely rare for someone to reach the seventh heaven, venerate realm at such an age. Chapter 11:28. Which faction's genius disciple was this? How could he be so powerful? Murong Qingqing's expression was grave because the other party was too young. He was only a little older than her. However, his cultivation was even higher than hers. He was a seventh-level supremacy. This shocked her because it was too sensitive for the other party to make a move now. She couldn't help but be on guard. This was because the palace of gods of war wasn't the only thing that had been lost. It was also the Murong families. Therefore, everyone stared at the beautiful figure. Zhao Shui temporarily stopped after being stared at by countless gazes. However, she floated in the air with the void eye above her head. She didn't show any fear in the face of everyone's gazes. Her calm expression shocked everyone once again. However, in the next moment, their expressions became ugly again, especially those from the Palace of Gods of War. Their faces darkened. This was because treasures had mysteriously disappeared in the treasure area, causing many cultivators to scream. Damn it! She has companions, and she's still making a move. The middle-aged man roared madly when he saw the scene. His expression was terrifyingly dark. He reached out his hand and enveloped the area where the treasures had disappeared. The palm of light covered the sky and was terrifying. It instantly enveloped the area. However, under the power of his light palm, he was unable to capture anyone. However, although he didn't catch anyone, he did prevent some treasures from being lost. Damn it, who is this person? How could he be so strange? Everyone was shocked because this was too inconceivable. Even a seventh-level supremacy couldn't catch that person. This was beyond their expectations. However, at this moment, a furry little monkey jumped out and floated in the air. It pointed at the middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War and bared its teeth. Everyone's mouth twitched when they saw the little white monkey's expression. Their eyelids twitched. They could tell that the little monkey was complaining about the middle-aged man. What? Could it be that the thief is this monkey? No way. A monkey can actually dodge the attack of a seventh-level supremacy. This is too strange. But if it's not this monkey, how can this situation be explained? Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene. The face of the middle-aged man from the Palace of Ares also darkened. He stared at the snow-white monkey, his eyes filled with killing intent. Even the people from the Murong Qingqing were stunned. However, only Murong Qingqing smiled. She naturally recognized the little white monkey. Furthermore, the fact that this monkey had made a move here meant that the mastermind behind this matter was definitely Lin Xian. He's here too? Murong Qingqing smiled as she scanned the surroundings, trying to find Lin Xian. However, right at that moment, the middle-aged man could no longer endure it. He coldly snorted and extended his hand, wanting to grab the snow-white little monkey. Regardless of whether it was a ghost from the Monkey Island or not, he had to kill it. However, what surprised him again was that this little monkey was so fast that he couldn't catch it at all. What? He dodged it? This monkey actually dodged the attack of a seventh heaven venerable? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Heavens, what kind of species is this? How could it be so heaven-defying? Its speed is too fast. I can't even catch its trajectory. The group of people cried out in shock. However, the middle-aged man from the Palace of Ares' face was terrifyingly dark. Detestable, this is too detestable. He couldn't even catch a monkey. If news of this were to spread, he would definitely become a joke. At that moment, the pink woman made a move as well. She tossed the paper umbrella in her hand, and it rapidly expanded in the air. It was like a screen of light that covered the sky, enveloping the entire space. Not only that, but the paper umbrella also shone with tens of thousands of rays of light. Instantly, the entire area was sealed. Let's see where you can run to. The pink woman sneered. Her paper umbrella was a powerful artifact. Now that it was used to seal the space, the snow-white little monkey definitely couldn't escape. The snow-white little monkey scratched its ears and cheeks because the paper umbrella was too strange. It had actually sealed the entire space, and it couldn't escape. "Little thing, run, keep running." The middle-aged man revealed a sinister smile when he saw the snow-white little monkey being sealed. In the next moment, he pointed his finger. Immediately, a ferocious WYRM flew out from his finger. It rapidly expanded and charged forward as if it was going to tear the snow-white little monkey apart. This damned monkey had embarrassed him just now. Now he definitely had to kill it to vent the hatred in his heart. The power of his finger was so great that all the surrounding warriors' expressions changed. Not to mention a monkey. Even a sixth heaven supremacy would be pierced through in an instant. Murong Chingching's face darkened, and she was about to save the monkey. However, before she could do anything, a shocking sword chi appeared from the void and slashed at her. The sword chi was blood-red and extremely sharp. It was as if there were blood dripping from it, and it shook the void. The sword chi didn't slash at the middle-aged man's attack. Instead, it slashed at the sealed space formed by the pink paper umbrella. Rumble, like a mirror shattering. The sealed space formed by the pink paper umbrella was torn apart by the blood-red sword chi, and a huge crack appeared. Immediately, the snow-white little monkey turned into a bolt of white lightning and disappeared on the spot, dodging the middle-aged man's attack. What? There's someone else. Everyone was shocked because they realized that the one who attacked wasn't the beautiful lady in white. Clearly, there was someone else hiding in the dark and their accomplice. Who is it? Why are you hiding in the dark? Come out. At that moment, the lady in pink and the middle-aged man both stared in the same direction. Based on the spiritual energy fluctuations just now, they had their eyes on that person. However, that person didn't seem to be hiding. Instead, he walked out openly. Soon, a figure appeared in front of everyone. When they saw this figure, everyone was stunned again. This person was also young. He was a handsome young man who was about 20 years old. This young man was wearing a green robe and held an ancient sword in his hand. At that moment, he was slowly sheathing it into the scabbard on his back. On his shoulder, a furry figure sat cross-legged. It was the snow-white little monkey from before. At that moment, the snow-white little monkey looked at the people from the palace of gods in front of it and bared its teeth. Clearly, it was very unhappy with what had happened just now. This figure was Lin Xian. He also stared ahead and said coldly, "Two seventh heaven supremacies actually joined forces to bully a monkey. How can you do such a shameless thing?" That's really surprising. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators had strange expressions. Murong Qingcheng also burst into laughter. This guy's mouth was still so vicious. He directly slapped the two seventh heaven supremacies in the face. Indeed, after hearing this, the middle-aged man and the lady in pink's faces darkened. Their expressions were very ugly. Indeed, with their statuses, attacking a little monkey was indeed a loss of the demeanor of an expert. Chapter 1129. However, due to their strength, no one present dared to say anything. But now they were exposed by a young man in front of everyone, embarrassing them and putting them on the spot. Cut the crap. You were the one who snatched the treasure just now, weren't you? Kid, you're quite bold. How dare you snatch something that the Palace of Gods of War wants? The middle-aged man shouted sternly. Thank you for your compliment, Senior. I've always been bold. Lin Xian shrugged and said indifferently, You. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the middle-aged man's eyes widened and his body trembled in anger. He did not expect Lin Xian to admit it so openly. This made him unable to say the threatening words he was prepared to say. The lady in pink next to him also said coldly, Kid, since you've admitted it, that's great. Hurry up and hand over the thing you snatched, and I'll let you live. Sorry, I hate it when people threaten me. If you beg me nicely, I might give you some. But now I'm afraid there's no chance. Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators had strange expressions. while the Morong family members laughed. Now, they could tell that this young man was clearly mocking the two 7th-level honorables. On the other hand, the people from the Palace of Gods of War were furious and glared at Lin Xian fiercely. This was especially true for the two 7th-level venerated cultivators. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. They wanted nothing more than to capture Lin Xian and chop him into pieces to vent their anger. The originally chaotic scene was temporarily quiet because of Lin Xian's appearance. This was because everyone was stunned. They had never seen anyone who dared to mock the two 7th-level honorables. This was simply a heaven-defying act. Who is this kid? Does he want to die by doing this? Yeah, he's too bold. Judging from his cultivation, it seems like he's only a 5th-level honorable. What? A 5th-level honorable? Are you sure? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, many people checked Lin Xian's cultivation. The next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The reason for that was because they were able to tell that Lin Xian was truly only a 5th heavenly layer exalted realm expert. Everyone's mouths twitched when they heard the news. They couldn't believe it. A 5th heavenly layer venerable realm cultivator dared to slap a 7th heavenly layer venerable realm cultivator? Moreover, there were 2 of them at once. Did he not want to live anymore? After all, the gap between the 5th heavenly layer and the 7th heavenly layer was extremely huge. It was like the gap between an ant and a dragon. There was an insurmountable gap between the 2. Thus, they were completely unable to understand why the other party dared to do such a thing. Even the warriors from the Morong family were stunned. Although the newcomer slapped the face of the Palace of War Gods and made them feel good, the other party's strength surprised them greatly. Of course, there were exceptions, and that was Morong Qingqing. She didn't think so. She had known Lin Xian for so long, but she had never seen Lin Xian suffer a loss. Now that the other party dared to do such a thing, it naturally meant that the other party wasn't afraid of a 7th heavenly layer venerable at all. As if sensing Morong Qingqing's gaze, Lin Xian also turned his head and winked at her. This scene was seen by many people from the Morong family. "Young miss, do you know him?" The white-haired old lady beside her asked. "Humph, he's Lin Xian," Morong Qingqing said. "What? He's Lin Xian?" The old lady was also very surprised when she heard that. She took a few more glances at Lin Xian. She wasn't unfamiliar with that name at all. This was because, from the information obtained by the family, Lin Xian was quite close to their young miss. Moreover, their relationship seemed to be quite deep. This attracted the attention of the Morong family because Morong Qingqing's identity was extremely noble. Moreover, she had the atavistic bloodline in her body. It could be said that she was extremely special. They didn't allow Morong Qingqing to be too close to other men. This was because a woman like Morong Qingqing was destined to have an extraordinary life. It was impossible for her to marry an ordinary man. Therefore, the Morong family was especially concerned about Lin Xian. Many people even investigated his background. However, Lin Xian's identity and background seemed to have been erased. Those people only found out that Lin Xian's talent was extraordinary and his combat strength was outstanding. Moreover, he seemed to be highly regarded by the Immortal Martial Academy. As for other things, they couldn't find out at all. The Morong family didn't think highly of such a person. This was because there were too many people with good talent. However, those who could mature and become peerless experts were few and far between. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't have any background. Therefore, they didn't want Morong Qingqing to be too close to him. However, there was also a small group of people who held an opposing view. This was because, according to their observations, although Lin Xian's cultivation was still relatively weak, his combat strength was outstanding. Every time he fought, he would be able to surpass his cultivation level. Moreover, in recent years, he hadn't lost at all. Moreover, he was an alchemist who could refine 7th-grade pills. His future was limitless. Therefore, they didn't oppose Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing being together. However, this kind of support was still in the minority in the Murong family. This was the current attitude of the Murong family towards Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Xian didn't know all of this. This was because he didn't walk up to stand with the Murong family. This was because this wasn't his goal. His goal was to disrupt the scene and seize the treasure. Brat, you're too presumptuous. Obediently hand over the treasure, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know that even if you want to die, it won't be so easy. The pink girl's voice was ice cold. She had never been ridiculed by a junior like this. Therefore, her heart was filled with killing intent. She was prepared to kill this detestable brat in front of her. You'll have to go through me if you want to touch him. Zhao Shui scoffed coldly. She then activated the void sky's eye and looked down. The icy cold eye appeared in the sky. It was like the eye of an evil god that had traversed space and time to arrive. It was extremely strange and terrifying. Many cultivators' hearts trembled when they sensed the aura in the sky. Their scalps went numb. Even the middle-aged man and the pink girl had solemn expressions on their faces. This young woman's strength wasn't inferior to theirs at all. Furthermore, the void sky's eye in the sky was far too strange. Even they felt a chill run down their spines. Damn it, where did this woman come from? How could she possess such an evil technique? The two of them couldn't figure it out because, based on the current situation, they simply couldn't figure out which sect Zhao Shui came from. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke up from behind them. Just as well, I'd like to experience the strength of a 7th-layer honorable realm cultivator. With that, he slowly drew the ancient sword on his back and walked forward with firm steps. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. It was simply too shocking for a 5th-layer honorable realm brat to have the audacity to say such a thing. Furthermore, based on his appearance, it didn't seem like he was just saying it. He was probably going to make a move very soon. As expected, once his long sword was completely unsheathed, Lin Xian waved his arm and slashed forward with sword energy. Chapter 1130. Seeing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect the other party to really do what he said and attack a 7th heaven supremacy. You're courting death. The 7th heaven supremacy from the palace of gods of war was enraged. How dare a 5th heaven kid act so presumptuously here? This scene enraged him. Kid, you're too presumptuous. Let me deal with you. Meanwhile, on the side of the divine battle palace, a young man with a cultivation of the 6th-layer martial highness realm stepped forward and threw a punch forward. Green mist surged with a terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, a huge fist was formed and punched forward like a demon. You're not qualified. Lin Xian sneered. Indeed, in the next moment, the palace of gods of war youth was sent flying by the shocking sword chi. I've said that you can't do it. Let your elders do it. Lin Xian's expression was cold and domineering. On the other hand, the palace of gods of war had gloomy expressions, especially the 2 7th heaven supremacies who frowned. That was because Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. This time, the middle-aged man didn't let anyone else do it. Instead, he stepped forward himself. He waved his arms, and wherever his arms passed, huge balls of lightning would appear in the sky, flickering in the air. In the end, 10 lightning balls were formed and shone with dazzling light. They formed a circle in the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. Terrifying and powerful energy exploded in an instant. Endless lightning flashed and spread in all directions. The power of this lightning wave was too strong. Just the aftershocks alone could kill a 6th heaven venerable realm cultivator. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. He held the Lone Star sword tightly and activated his newly learned secret technique, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. In the next moment, the blood in his body burned. His entire body was like a furnace, erupting with powerful energy. Shocking sword chi was slashed out by him. It whistled past and destroyed all 10 lightning balls in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This was because not only had Lin Xian survived, he had even blocked the attack of a 7th level venerable. This was beyond their imagination. At the same time, Zhao Shui also made her move and fought against the pink woman. When the people from the Morong clan saw this, they quickly asked, "What should we do?" "Attack," Morong Qingqing said quickly without any hesitation. It was obvious that Lin Xian was helping them. If he didn't make a move now, then what was he waiting for? Morong Qingqing activated the True Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal and quickly joined the battle. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the Great Dragon Sword Spirit and Bloodthirsty Frenzy at the same time. He erupted with incomparable fighting strength and quickly bombarded the middle-aged man. Even though the middle-aged man was a 7th level venerate, he couldn't withstand the combined attacks of Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. Thus, he was forced to retreat again, and even suffered quite a few injuries. Attack with all your might and injure him severely. Don't give him a chance. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing nodded and activated the Imperial Jade Seal in her hand with all her might. In the next moment, the True Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal emitted a blazing light. A phoenix was born from the fire. It was like a dream, and terrifying flames filled the sky as it pounced on the middle-aged man. Lin Xian also used his Earth-rank martial art, Gale Lightning Sword. The Lone Star sword in his hand rapidly enlarged in the air, filled with a terrifying aura. The spiritual energy in the sky gathered and intertwined on the sword, forming mysterious patterns. In the next moment, he waved the giant sword and slashed at the middle-aged man. "Block it!" The middle-aged man shouted anxiously and spat out a shield. It was a blue shield that was extremely simple and unadorned. It was his strongest defense shield. Facing the 2 young experts and the stunning attack, he had no choice but to take out the shield to defend himself. However, even so, he was still sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This was because Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were too powerful at that moment. It was equivalent to 2 7th-level supremacies attacking the middle-aged man. No matter how powerful the middle-aged man was, he could not block the simultaneous attack of 2 7th-level supremacies. After sending the middle-aged man flying, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing did not stop. They went to the Pink Lady again and quickly attacked. The Pink Lady had already sensed the battle situation on the middle-aged man's side. When she saw Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing rushing over, she was instantly scared out of her wits. Her strength was on par with the middle-aged man, and she could not block the combined attack of Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing at all. Moreover, she had Zhao Shui on her side. There were 3 7th-level supremacies. Without any hesitation, the Pink Lady immediately turned and fled. However, Lin Xian did not plan to give her the chance. The current situation was created with great difficulty. It would not be easy to severely injure these 7th-level supremacies in the future. In the next moment, he summoned his Ice Lotus Martial Soul. Endless ice power spread in all directions, trying to stop the Pink Lady. Zhao Shui also activated her Void Sky Eyes and froze the entire space. On the other side, Morong Qingqing also attacked aggressively. The power of 3 7th-level supremacies struck the Pink Lady and sent her flying. In an instant, 2 7th-level supremacies were injured. The people from the Palace of Gods of War felt their scalps go numb, and their faces were filled with despair. It was too terrifying. The experts that they were so proud of had been severely injured in an instant. They could not react at all. However, one thing was certain. Without these 2 7th-level supremacies, the Palace of Gods of War could not resist the Morong clan. I'm going to kill you." At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been sent flying flew back again. He was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely miserable. However, The aura on his body was extremely violent. Obviously, he had been caught off guard by Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Now that he had reacted, he was extremely furious and was prepared to attack with all his might. The Pink Lady was in the same situation. The two of them joined forces and attacked Lin Xian and the rest again. However, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. This time, he did not continue to tangle with the middle-aged man and the rest. Instead, he said to Murong Qingqing, "We'll have to rely on the Murong clan from now on." After saying that, he and Zhao Shui flew towards the Golden Hand in a flash. "You're courting death. Come back." The middle-aged man roared angrily, but he was stopped by Murong Qingqing. "Stop them and chase them away." Murong Qingqing led her family's martial artists and quickly intercepted the middle-aged man and the Pink Lady. Both parties started fighting again, and shocking energy exploded. "Chase, you must bring those two brats with you. Don't let them escape." The middle-aged man shouted angrily. Instantly, countless martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War went crazy and charged towards Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were too fast. Ordinary martial artists like them could not do anything to them. At this moment, another long howl rang out, and it came from behind at high speed. "Thief! I didn't expect you to be here." Chapter 1131. At this moment, another earth-shattering sound rang out, accompanied by a terrifying energy. Before the voice had even finished, a figure had already appeared in front of everyone. It was an old man with long hair and beard. He exuded a powerful aura from head to toe. "It's the Shun family's elder." Many people were shocked when they saw the old man. They did not expect the Shen family to come as well. Indeed, behind the old man was a dense crowd of Shen family disciples. They were rushing over quickly. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Palace of Ares, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, shouted anxiously, "Friends from the Shen family, come and lend me a hand." The purple-robed old man from the Shen family looked at the fierce battle and laughed loudly. "Friends from the Palace of Ares, don't panic. I know that you have been fooled by that kid. I will capture that kid now." After saying that, he laughed out loud. Then his body moved like lightning and flew in the direction of the Golden Hand bone. Clearly, he was not here to help the Palace of Ares. He was here to get a share of the loot. "Damn you, old bastard!" When the middle-aged man saw this, he cursed angrily. Murong Qingqing's expression also darkened. She ordered the people behind her to stop him. Now that she was fighting with the people from the Palace of Ares, she did not have the extra strength to care about anything else. However, the purple-robed old man was different. He was also a seventh heaven supremacy. He was very powerful. If no one stopped him, he would not be able to keep the Golden Hand bone. Indeed, the purple-robed old man from the Shin family was very fast. Although the cultivators from the Murong family took action, they could not completely stop the purple-robed old man. In an instant, the purple-robed old man was getting closer and closer to the Golden Hand bone. "Little girl Murong, if we continue fighting, the item will belong to someone else." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Murong Qingqing snorted coldly. However, she quickly stopped and chased after the Golden Hand bone. The middle-aged man and the girl in pink moved together. In an instant, all the experts gathered toward the Golden Hand bone. Those fellows finally made their move. Lin Xian quickly shuttled through the crowd, collecting treasures from time to time. At the same time, he glanced ahead, and a cold smile appeared on his face. After leaving the battle, he didn't immediately go after the Golden Hand bone. Instead, he went to several other places to snatch treasures. That was because he knew that the Golden Hand bone was extremely extraordinary. If he were to go there, he would most likely become the target of everyone's attacks. Therefore, he had to wait. He had to wait until everyone was fighting for the metal hand bone, and then he would take advantage of the chaos to snatch it. Moreover, there was another reason, which was the dark red divine dragon. This guy was extremely interested in the high-grade spirit stone and constantly urged Lin Xian to help him obtain it. Now, Lin Xian was shuttling through the crowd, preparing to snatch the high-grade spirit stones. "That brat is over there. Quickly stop him and don't let him get close to the treasure." When the disciples of the Palace of Gods of War heard Lin Xian's voice, they were instantly at daggers drawn. However, they could not stop Lin Xian at all. Soon, Lin Xian executed the illusory demon steps. His movement was like a ghost, and he instantly shook everyone off. In the next instant, he arrived at an area. There were 2 high-grade spirit stones here. This was also the only area that did not have the golden hand bone, but there were high-grade spirit stones here. There were a few 6th heaven supremacies participating in the fight here. When they saw Lin Xian's figure, they were also on guard. However, although Lin Xian was powerful, they would not give up on the high-grade spirit stones so easily. After all, such treasures could not be found in the outside world. "You're courting death." Seeing Lin Xian rushing down arrogantly, the few old men below roared angrily. Faint divine flames danced on the surface of this old man's body, exuding a powerful energy. In his hand, there was a huge snow-white saber. It looked very simple and unadorned. In the next instant, the snow-white saber exploded with shocking power. When the saber was slashed out, the entire void trembled, and the surrounding mountains and earth cracked rapidly. Clang! Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword and quickly slashed forward, colliding with the huge white saber. Light shone in all directions, and divine power burst forth. The old man with the divine flames on his body kept retreating. Blood flowed from his arm, but his eyes were filled with shock. Although he had seen Lin Xian's ferocity before, he only knew how terrifying he was after exchanging blows with him. This sword was too terrifying. It was so powerful that he could not resist it at all. One had to know that he cultivated the purple demon divine elephant technique, which was known for its immense strength. Although he was only a 6th heaven supremacy, in terms of strength he could even compete with a 7th heaven supremacy. Moreover, the huge white saber in his hand was also extraordinary. It was made from the tusks of the ancient mutant 2-headed elephant. The combination of the two allowed his strength to reach a terrifying level. However, at that moment he was unable to defeat a young 5th level exalted. This caused him to feel an enormous sense of defeat and deep fear. After pushing the old man back, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and used the dragon catcher hand to grab a superior grade spirit stone. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon did not stay idle. It also used a divine power and formed a dragon head to bite the other spirit stone. The 2 of them attacked at the same time. After succeeding, Lin Xian quickly left while the dark red divine dragon laughed like an old monster. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, it swallowed the superior grade spirit stone in one gulp. Crunch, crunch, crunch! That crystal clear, incomparably precious high-grade spirit stone was chewed on like a bean by the dark red divine dragon, making crunching sounds. The taste is not bad. The dark red divine dragon licked its lips and savored the taste. The surrounding people were stunned, especially those of the older generation. All of them widened their eyes and were so angry that their beards were trembling. That's a superior grade spirit stone. It's extremely precious. Even a king would not have many of them. How can you eat it like a bean? How can you eat it so casually? Shouldn't you take a bath and worship it devoutly for 49 days before it can be absorbed? The older generation figures were in a mess, and they felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running through their minds. "Ah, you despicable worm, give me back my superior grade spirit stone." The older generation figures finally could not take it anymore. They roared and charged towards the dark red divine dragon. The dark red dragon, however, burrowed into Lin Xian's sleeves with a whoosh and yelled, "Kid, run!" Lin Xian was speechless. He did not expect the dark red divine dragon to eat the superior grade spirit stone so directly. However, it made sense when he thought about it. The dragon's cultivation level had already surpassed the supremacy realm, but it had fallen back. It shouldn't be a problem to eat a superior grade spirit stone. In the next moment, his body swayed and he quickly retreated, distancing himself from the older generation figures. Behind him, the old men were yelling angrily, but they could not catch up to Lin Xian at all. "Kid, let's discuss something. Give me your superior grade, Spirit Stone 2. Chapter 1132. What the fuck? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. To think that this guy was actually trying to get his hands on him. No way. Lin Xian rejected him decisively. Lad, you can't use this thing for now. Why don't you give it to me? It's very useful to me. Moreover, if my cultivation improves, it'll be of great help to you. How about I teach you a few more special inscription formations? You said it. Lin Xian smiled. He had long been interested in the arrays in Ruffian Long's hands. However, Ruffian Long had only taught him some ordinary arrays in the past few days. Ruffian Long had refused to teach him ancient arrays such as space teleportation. However, it seemed that Ruffian Long was willing to do anything for the sake of upper spirit stones. Are you serious? Lin Xian asked. Of course, the dark red divine dragon said as he patted his chest. After getting Ruffian Long's affirmation, Lin Xian handed over the upper spirit stones in his hand. When Ruffian Long saw it, he grabbed it and put it in his mouth. Then he gobbled it up as if he was eating candy. Haha, this is so satisfying. Ruffian Long's face was filled with excitement as he shouted loudly. Let's go, let's take a few more. Seeing the dark red divine dragon, so excited, Lin Xian was speechless. Do you think this is cabbage? You want to get a few more pieces? This kind of thing is one less piece after eating it. At this time, Zhao Shui also came to Lin Xian's side in a flash. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. This time they had gained a lot. As expected of the remote sky secret realm, there were indeed many natural treasures. The gains from this trip were comparable to the gains of decades or even centuries of hard work in the outside world. It could be said that so far the ones who had gained the most were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Damn, lad, don't let me catch you. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War roared crazily when he saw that his subordinates hadn't gotten many good things. However, he did not pursue Lin Xian. Firstly, he had seen Lin Xian's strength. Unless he went all out in a battle of life and death, he would not be able to take him down easily. Moreover, he was now close to the golden hand bone. The things here were the best, far surpassing those in the periphery. As long as they could snatch more things from this place, they could make up for their losses. Damn it, that brat is too hateful. Once I'm free, I'll definitely not let him off. The pink woman's expression was also cold. I'm guessing that the reason why he's so powerful is because he has grasped some sort of secret technique that allows him to increase his battle prowess for a short period of time. Otherwise, with his cultivation of the fifth heavenly layer, it would be impossible for him to contend against us. However, this kind of secret technique has a limit or a huge price to pay. It can't be used for long. As long as we deal with him patiently, I don't believe that this kid will be able to unleash the power of the venerable Car forever. Humph, when his combat power drops, I'll make him wish he was dead. The pink woman was emitting a murderous aura. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of Battle said in a deep voice, "We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to find the things around the golden hand bone. No matter how strong that Morong Qingqing is, she won't be able to take everything for herself. Besides, the Shen clan is also trying to take a share of the loot. We're still the strongest if we team up. You want the treasures? Not so fast." Morong Qingqing harumphed coldly. She activated the imperial seal in her hand and summoned a stunning phoenix, which dove downward with a boundless sea of flames. The attack caused the ground to tremble. Many of the treasures were knocked flying in all directions. Damn it! The middle-aged man and the pink woman cursed upon seeing this. Initially, the treasures were supposed to be gathered together. They could easily claim the treasures by working together. However, the treasures were knocked flying, forcing them to split up and compete for the treasures on their own. As a result, the strength of their team was greatly weakened. How could he not be enraged when he realized that the little advantage that he had was now completely gone? Although the two of them were furious, the surrounding cultivators were shocked and overjoyed. Originally, they didn't have a chance before a 7th level venerable. However, the situation was different now. The treasures were actually knocked flying and scattered in all directions. This gave them a chance to snatch the treasures. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Therefore, these people didn't even think about it and all charged forward. For a time, the scene was extremely chaotic. However, although the treasures were good, they weren't so easy to obtain. For example, although the fragment of the Earth Rank treasure was broken, the aura of the Earth Rank treasure remained on it. The aura was extremely powerful. Ordinary venerables couldn't withstand it at all. The golden hand bone was even more terrifying. There was no flesh and blood, only a few bones remained. However, the aura emitted from it was extremely terrifying. It even carried a trace of a king's aura, causing the scalps of those 7th level venerables to go numb. There was even a 6th level venerable who rashly advanced. As a result, the golden hand bone resisted. Immediately, a powerful aura surged out and turned that 6th level venerable into a bloody mist. Seeing the scene, everyone gasped and felt their scalps go numb. They knew that this golden hand bone was definitely something left behind by a king. Moreover, it didn't look like an ordinary king. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to exist for so long and still have such a terrifying aura. It's been dead for so long, but it still has such a strong attack power. It's probably a king who specializes in the metal element. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War frowned. Then he said to the group behind him, "Be careful and don't get too close. This kind of person is extremely powerful and terrifying." What? Single element? Metal element? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, realization dawned on them. No wonder it was so powerful, even after being dead for so long. Just its aura alone could crush a 6th level venerable. It turned out that it was an ancient cultivator who specialized in the metal element. There were many elemental attributes in the world, but the metal element was undoubtedly the most powerful one. Moreover, ancient martial artists all specialized in a single element, unlike them now. Very few of them specialized in a single element now because they didn't have the corresponding cultivation technique. Even if they did, the level of those cultivation techniques wasn't high enough. Therefore, if they cultivated a single element, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to compete with other martial artists in terms of combat power. Therefore, most of the current martial artists cultivated multiple elements together. However, facing the golden hand bone now, no one dared to be careless. Specialized in the metal element. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard these words. "I don't have the metal element yet. If I can comprehend it, my attack power will increase again." Chapter 1133. At this moment, the treasures around the golden hand bone were sent flying. The surrounding cultivators were screaming crazily, and the scene was extremely chaotic. This also gave Lin Xian an opportunity. Zhao Shui was the first to make a move. With the void sky eye above her head, she snatched the treasures beside the golden hand bone in an extremely valiant manner. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. Damn it! She actually dares to come again. Seeing Zhao Shui, the middle-aged man and woman in pink from the God of War Palace were both enraged. They did not expect that she would actually dare to appear in front of them. Stop her. We definitely cannot let her succeed. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. Also, pay attention to that brat. He must be nearby. The woman in pink also nodded with a ferocious smile. Don't worry, we won't be fooled again. Soon, one of them stopped Zhao Shui, while the other looked around vigilantly. This was because, in their opinion, Lin Xian definitely wanted to let Zhao Shui attract the attention of the enemy, while the other person secretly snatched the treasures. However, this was useless against them. Indeed, in the next moment, a spirit fruit nearby flickered and vibrated, and it was about to disappear. Still want to steal? We have completely seen through you. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and stretched out his hand, quickly grabbing in front of him. The middle-aged man sneered. He stretched out a huge hand and enveloped the spirit fruit, cutting off the strange power of space stealing. You are still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me. The middle-aged man looked as if he had seen through everything. When the surrounding Seventh Heaven Venerables saw the scene, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Instead, they attacked with all their might to snatch the spirit fruits and the fragments of the Earth-grade treasures. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the golden hand bone. Then, a huge black figure appeared and covered the golden hand bone. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. It's that brat, hurry up and stop him. The woman in pink roared crazily. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He used Zhao Shui and the snow-white little monkey to distract everyone's attention while he arrived in front of the golden skeletal hand. It had to be said that the golden hand bone was too terrifying. Even in this state, the pressure it emitted was still very terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt a great pressure from it. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which was able to resist this pressure. Moreover, he activated the Red Lotus armor in an instant to resist the powerful force. In the next moment, he summoned the 10,000 Beast Cauldron and tried his best to cover the golden skeletal hand. Rumble! The 10,000 Beast Cauldron unleashed its might and sucked in the golden hand bone. What? The golden hand bone was taken away? How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene, especially those 7th level venerables. Their expressions changed greatly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The reason why they didn't immediately make a move on the golden hand bone was because they knew that the golden hand bone was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to obtain it using ordinary methods. Therefore, they planned to first collect all the treasures around the golden hand bone before studying it. However, they didn't expect that the golden hand bone, which they thought to be difficult to obtain, would be easily taken away by someone else. Moreover, the person who did this was a 5th level venerable realm brat. They couldn't accept this at all. Quick, stop him. We can't let him escape. Everyone went crazy when they saw that Lin Xian was about to leave. They all abandoned the treasures around them and began to surround Lin Xian. Brat, how dare you snatch the golden hand bone? Die! You're too greedy. Leave the treasure behind. In an instant, other than Murong Qingqing, the other 7th level venerables all attacked Lin Xian, wanting to snatch the golden hand bone away. Lin Xian smiled strangely. In the next moment, he threw the 10,000 Beast Cauldron in his hand. Immediately, the 10,000 Beast Cauldron turned into a black bolt of lightning and disappeared into the sky. You're courting death. Everyone went crazy when they saw this. They didn't expect Lin Xian to throw away such a precious item. Brat, I'll kill you. All the 7th level venerables were furious because the golden hand bone was the most precious item in the ancient cave dwelling. Now that it had been lost, how could they not go crazy? However, the instigator of all this was this detestable brat in front of them. Therefore, in the next moment, they vented all their resentment on Lin Xian. Die! In an instant, countless terrifying energy blasted towards Lin Xian, completely drowning the space. The energy was too terrifying. The combined attack of several 7th level venerables was definitely powerful. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he wouldn't be able to escape. Seeing this, The surrounding cultivators all laughed savagely because they knew that Lin Xian was dead meat. On the other hand, the Morong family's expression changed. No matter what, Lin Xian had helped them, especially Morong Qingqing. Her expression changed and she was about to attack. However, in the next moment, a voice sounded in her ear. "Don't attack, that's just a clone. I'll leave first." Hearing this voice, Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. That was because the voice came from Lin Xian. In the next moment, the energy in front of them exploded and drowned everything. At the same time, in another direction, a figure appeared. Like a sharp sword, he instantly appeared in the sky and retrieved the 10,000 beast cauldron. Then, with a long whistle, he flew out of the cave dwelling. Zhao Shui's figure flashed, and she followed closely behind. "What? That's Lin Xian? How is that possible? Oh no, that brat isn't dead. Oh no, we've been tricked. That wasn't his real body just now. It's very likely a clone. Damn brat, he's too cunning. Quickly chase after him. We must not let him take the golden hand bone away." In an instant, everyone panicked and was furious, and all kinds of roars were heard. Countless cultivators moved and chased forward, especially the 7th level supremacies. Their faces were terrifyingly dark. They did not expect that they would be fooled by a brat and lose their precious treasures in the end. Indeed, the one surrounded by the energy was not Lin Xian's real body, but a blood shadow clone. All of this was planned by Lin Xian. He deceived the 7th level supremacies step by step and completed the final snatch. It could be said that the blood shadow clone had played an extremely important role in this process. Zhao Shui's harvest was also huge. Just now, she had collected many upper-grade spirit stones and an earth-level treasure fragment. It could be said that she had collected a small portion of the treasures near the golden hand bone. She and Lin Xian had become the biggest beneficiaries of this battle. Therefore, now that the two had succeeded, they retreated and flew out of the cave. Damn it, they could not let him get away. Everyone was furious, especially the 7th level supremacies. They did not expect that they would be fooled by a brat in the end. This was intolerable. Chapter 1134. Not only that, but the surrounding warriors were also staring fervently at Lin Xian. They had no choice. The golden arm bone was too important. Its value was above all the other treasures. Not only that, but Zhao Shui was also with Lin Xian. She had also taken many treasures. If they could capture the two of them, it would be more valuable than other treasures. Therefore, many people were chasing after Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly in the face of so many people chasing after him. He did not attack, but increased his speed. He unleashed the illusory demon steps to the maximum. Not only that, the wind and thunder wings on his back flapped and released the power of wind and thunder. Moreover, the ice lotus martial soul appeared under his feet and released a strong power of ice that froze the surroundings. As he increased his speed, he decreased the speed of his enemies. This way, Lin Xian's speed reached an extreme, and he disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Ah! he disappeared. Fuck, so close, so close. Someone roared angrily because their attacks had all missed. Even the 7th level honorables had only hit an afterimage. They had no choice. Lin Xian was too fast. Even the 7th level honorables might not be able to catch up with him. Moreover, there was the influence of the power of ice. Although the Morong family members did not chase after him, they were also shocked. They had never thought that Lin Xian would be able to snatch the golden arm bone. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian had been able to escape calmly and avoid the attacks of so many warriors. This was beyond their expectations. This scene had indeed shocked countless warriors of the Morong family. In fact, many of the older generation of the Morong family members' eyes flickered as they thought quickly. This was because they realized that they knew too little about Lin Xian. Take the scene that had just happened as an example. Lin Xian's actions had completely exceeded their expectations. Looks like we have to inform the family to reevaluate him. Yes, I think we have underestimated him in the past. Forget it. This is not something we can decide. We only need to report what we have seen to the family. A few elders glanced at Murong Qingqing and sighed. At this moment, Murong Qingqing also quickly gave the order to collect the remaining treasures with all their might. In an instant, the entire scene became even more chaotic. Those who had not caught Lin Xian returned to participate in the fight for the treasures. Some people did not give up and continued to chase after him. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly appeared in the cave abode and flew outside. This time, their harvest was simply too great. This was especially so for Lin Xian. Not only had he obtained many natural treasures, but he had also obtained the most important golden hand bone. Thinking about it, it wouldn't be long before his strength would increase greatly again. At the side, Zhao Shui was also very satisfied. She had obtained a lot of treasures, more than the sum of all the treasures she had obtained previously. However, the two of them also knew that although they were fast, they would become the target of everyone, just like now. But if they were given another chance to choose, they would not hesitate to do the same. That was because, compared to the treasures in his hands, this pursuit was nothing. However, just as they were about to leave the cave, they ran into a little trouble. Because at the exit of the cave, there was a group of people waiting. This group of people was a joint team of warriors from the Divine Bird Palace and the Xin family. They received orders from the cave and were ready to intercept Lin Xian. "Boy, stay here. Hand over the treasures, and I will spare your life." Cold shouts were heard as all of them drew their weapons and pointed them at Lin Xian. "Elder, it's them. They stole my earth crystal." Among them, a middle-aged warrior from the Divine Bird Palace gritted his teeth and said. He stared at Lin Xian with a ferocious expression. Seeing this, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were also stunned. They did not expect that there would be people waiting here. What was worse was that not only these people, but there were also countless warriors gathering in the distance. They thought that the major forces must have used a secret method to inform him of the other seated warriors to come and help. "Humph, boy, you're dead. Hurry up and hand over the treasures, or you'll end up miserable." Countless voices sounded. At this time, a ferocious voice came from behind. "Run? Let's see where you can run to." The middle-aged man from the Palace of Ares also caught up. "What should we do now? Should we kill them all?" Zhao Shui asked in a low voice, her eyes cold. "Don't fight them head-on. I have a way to beat them back," Lin Xian said quickly. In the next moment, they were surrounded by countless forces at the entrance of the cave. "Humph, boy, run. Why aren't you running?" The group of warriors sneered. "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Cut him into pieces and let him know the consequences of provoking our divine bird palace." "Cut him into pieces? That's too easy for him. We must pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Let him know that the Palace of Ares is not to be trifled with. How dare he offend the 8 great families? He's dead." Angry shouts came. These people looked at Lin Xian coldly as if they were looking at a dead man. They knew that Lin Xian was finished. Being surrounded by so many people, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to escape. After all, none of them were weaklings. Looking at their ferocious faces, Lin Xian sneered. "It's too early for you to be happy. It's not that easy to take my life. Humph! You're about to die, and yet you're still so stubborn. Who do you think you are to escape? What a joke! You think too highly of yourself. We have 4 seventh heaven honorables here. How can you escape?" Everyone sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian was struggling before his death. However, Lin Xian sneered. "Today, I'll show you how I'm going to leave." He pulled Zhao Shui to his side and took out the 1,000-beast cauldron. "0, let's begin." Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to the 1,000-beast cauldron's weapon spirit. I can help you, but I want to absorb 30% of the energy in the golden hand bone. Zero's cold voice rang in Lin Xian's mind. Sure. Lin Xian agreed without hesitation. In the next moment, he took out the 1,000-beast cauldron. The 1,000-beast cauldron shone brightly. The rare beasts on it seemed to have come alive and let out deep roars. Then the golden hand bone was released and floated above the 1,000-beast cauldron. Golden hand bone. Seeing this scene, everyone became excited and stared at the sky without blinking. Humph! At least you know what's good for you. Leave the hand bone, and I'll let you die in one piece. Chapter 1135. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the golden hand bone. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was scared and wanted to hand over the treasure to save his life. However, Lin Xian sneered. In the next moment, he threw a punch at the golden hand bone in the air. What? No. Damn it, let's go. In an instant, all sorts of exclamations were heard. Most people did not understand what Lin Xian was trying to do. In fact, some people were even worried that the golden hand bone would be shattered. However, those 7th-level venerables, especially those who had personally witnessed the power of the golden hand bone, were all horrified. They fled into the distance, like stray dogs. This was because they had personally witnessed the power of the golden hand bone. Even a 7th-level venerables could not take it head-on. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian's fist landed on the golden hand bone. Immediately, the golden hand bone trembled. Then, rays of golden light shot out from the golden hand bone like sword qi and slashed in all directions. Moreover, a huge sword qi slashed towards Lin Xian. However, it was neutralized by the 1,000-beast cauldron. At this moment, the 1,000-beast cauldron released thousands of rays of black light to protect Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, the others were not so lucky. A golden light struck the crowd. Instantly, a bloody mist spread out and countless people screamed. This was because none of the cultivators who were hit survived. In an instant, all sorts of screams were heard. Everyone's scalps went numb and they scattered. Now, they finally understood why those 7th-level venerables had fled in advance. It was because the golden hand bone was too terrifying. No one could block the golden light it emitted. In fact, a 7th-level venerables who had never entered the cave did not understand what was going on. Therefore, they left a little later. In the end, he was hit by a golden light. A terrifying crack appeared on his body, and his body was almost split in half. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He turned into a gust of wind and fled. He did not dare to come back. The people who were originally extremely arrogant and wanted to kill Lin Xian were now extremely miserable. They were screaming continuously. This scene was too terrifying. It was completely beyond their expectations. They never thought that Lin Xian would take out the golden hand bone as a weapon at this time. Wasn't he afraid of being killed by the energy of the golden hand bone? In their panic, a few supreme experts turned around and saw Lin Xian standing unscathed below the golden hand bone. They immediately spat out blood in anger. They simply could not understand how the other party was able to do this. Lin Xian did not delay when he saw the fleeing supremacies. He activated the 1,000-beast cauldron again and put away the golden hand bone. Then he ran into the distance with Zhao Shui. A life-or-death chase had ended just like that. No one dared to believe it. Only after Lin Xian left did the venerable ones stop running. One by one, they landed on the ground with ugly expressions. There King Lin Xian's fleeing figure couldn't help but tremble. Aggrieved, this was really too aggrieved. One had to know that there were 2 king clans involved this time. Other than that, there were also 6th-grade sects and aristocratic families of various sizes. When this group of people gathered together, they could wipe out an entire area. However, they couldn't catch a 5th heaven venerable brat. Every time they thought of this, they had the urge to vomit blood. Damn it, who are those 2 thieves? How could they be so strange? How could they not be affected by the golden hand bone? I don't know who that girl is. Her background is very mysterious. However, I know that young man. He is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? He is Lin Xian. Who is Lin Xian? In an instant, some people were shocked, some exclaimed, and some were puzzled. But soon, everyone had some understanding of Lin Xian's deeds. Then their faces turned black. Now, they knew that he was just a disciple of the immortal martial academy. However, such a person had made a fool out of everyone present. They could not tolerate such humiliation. Damn it, don't let me see this brat again. Otherwise, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The group of people gritted their teeth. At this moment, there were still many people rushing over from the cave. They were all here to kill Lin Xian. However, when they saw Lin Xian leave, they were shocked and couldn't believe it. The battle in the cave was almost over. Most of the treasures were obtained by the Morong clan. The rest were divided between the God of War Palace and the Shin clan. The remaining 6th grade sects could only drink the soup. Therefore, they were unwilling to give up and set their sights on Lin Xian, because the golden hand bone in Lin Xian's hand was the most precious. Moreover, the two of them had many other treasures as well. They even had more treasures than the Shen clan and the God of War Palace. This was unacceptable to the two king clans. The two of them were very strange. If they wanted to capture them, they needed to come up with a detailed plan. The group of people gathered together and started to discuss how to get the golden hand bone. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly left the area and came to a forest. They carefully checked their surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, the two of them stopped. Then they heaved a huge sigh of relief. Their tense nerves also relaxed at this moment. Too dangerous, too exciting. If it wasn't for the attack of the golden hand bone, they would have been in danger. With so many people besieging them, even if they were able to charge out, they should have been heavily injured and on the verge of death, and not as safe and sound as they were now. However, in the midst of this huge risk, they had also reaped great rewards. Let's not hurry on. Let's take a rest here and hide for a while. After discussing for a while, the two of them decided to stay here for a while. Then Lin Xian used his long sword to open up 2 caves and let the dark red divine dragon set up a formation. After entering the caves, the two of them started to organize their gains. Zhao Shui snatched more than 10 high-grade spirit stones, an earth-tier artifact fragment, and some other treasures. She threw all the high-grade spirit stones to the Void Sky Eye. At this moment, the Void Sky Eye was even more solid than before. It was as if it had become a real eye and was shining with a strange light. At the same time, Zhao Shui had been constantly letting the virtual sky eye absorb the energy in the Dragon Ball. It could be said that her strength was increasing rapidly with every passing moment. Fortunately, she had a jade bodhi on her that could suppress the evil aura, so she was not affected by the evil aura in the Dragon Ball. On the other side, Lin Xian was also quickly organizing his storage ring. He didn't get as many high-grade spirit stones as Zhao Shui. Most of them were given to the dark red divine dragon. He only kept 2 or 3 for himself. However, he got an extremely precious golden hand bone. It was a right hand, and it contained a powerful energy as well as a terrifying metal-type aura. If Lin Xian could absorb and comprehend the metal-type energy in it, his strength would definitely increase again. Chapter 1136. There was a white ring on the index finger of the golden hand bone. It was made of the same material as the bone, so it was impossible to find it without looking carefully. However, it was only after Lin Xian examined it that he was able to see the ring. Could it be a storage ring? Lin Xian was excited when he thought of this. If it was really a storage ring, he would be rich. The owner of this hand bone was at least at the king stage. In the next moment, he impatiently probed the ring with his soul power. However, his expression soon became a little strange. It was indeed a storage ring, and it was of a very high grade. The space inside was dozens of times larger than his current storage ring. However, he was disappointed to find that there was nothing in the interspatial storage ring. Forget it. It's not bad to have a high-grade storage ring. Lin Xian took a deep breath and put the white bone ring on his finger. There's something else? When he flipped the golden hand bone, he found that there was something else in the palm of the hand bone. Lin Xian, who was wearing the red lotus armor, spent a lot of effort to flip the golden hand bone over. He found that there was a round pendant in the palm of the hand bone. It was sucked into the hand bone, so no one noticed it. There's something good? This thing is mine. The dark, red, divine dragon suddenly had an idea when he saw the pendant. All right, I'll give it to you. Lin Xian shrugged. But if you want it, you have to take it yourself. I'll take it myself. The dark, red, divine dragon said disdainfully. You're underestimating me. Then, the dark, red, divine dragon began to test it out. The little white monkey yawned. It was not interested in the golden hand bone at all. However, when Lin Xian gave it a few ancient spirit fruits, the little guy narrowed its big eyes and looked very happy. Then, the little guy hugged the ancient spirit fruits and began to eat them happily. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon kept screaming. At this moment, he was hit by the light from the golden hand bone and was sent flying. Upon seeing this, Lin Xian was startled. However, when he saw that there were no injuries on Ruffian Dragon's body, he breathed a sigh of relief. Kid, don't worry. Although this thing is powerful, it can't hurt me. The dark red divine dragon bared his fangs and his eyes glowed. He waved his dragon claws and began to carve a very unique array pattern. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and quickly formed a very mysterious formation that enveloped the golden hand bone. In the next moment, the mysterious formation flickered and gradually separated the pendant from the golden hand bone. This speed was very slow, but it was indeed progressing slowly. In the end, the dark red dragon separated the jade pendant. When it held the jade pendant, it grinned from ear to ear. What's this thing for? Lin Xian asked curiously when he saw how excited the dark red dragon was. I don't know. The dark red divine dragon answered straightforwardly. Lin Xian rolled his eyes when he heard this. This fellow was so excited even though he didn't know. This fellow was really optimistic. Sigh, who cares what it is? Won't you know once you try it? After saying that, the dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and sent a trace of spiritual energy into the jade pendant. Soon, the pendant emitted a hazy light. Then, like a small whirlpool, it rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy in the surroundings, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to become much denser, absorbing spiritual energy. So it was a magic treasure that could assist in cultivation. Looking at the speed of absorption, it was even more powerful than the high-grade spirit gathering array in the Immortal Martial Academy. Great, this thing is just right for me. It can increase my recovery speed. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. Its current state was very special. Because it had fallen in cultivation, it didn't have any bottlenecks. It only needed to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. And now, this jade pendant happened to help it. The dark red divine dragon happily wore the jade pendant around its neck. It was very satisfied. At this moment, Zero's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind again. According to our agreement, I need to absorb 30% of the energy in the golden hand bone. Okay. Although Lin Xian felt the pinch, he still nodded his head. Then the 1,000-beast cauldron trembled and emitted a force that quickly absorbed the energy in the golden hand bone. When the 1,000-beast cauldron finished absorbing, it emitted a black light all over. All kinds of rare beasts on the cauldron seemed to be coming to life, and the golden hand bone's light had indeed dimmed a little. Even the pressure was much weaker. It was no longer as overbearing. Fuck, it actually needs 30% of its power to help. This guy is really evil. Seeing the changes in the golden hand bone, Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. If he were to absorb it, how much would his strength increase? However, thinking that this was the result of saving his life, Lin Xian felt relieved in his heart. Next, Lin Xian put all the things he had sorted into the white bone ring. He also moved all the things in the original storage ring into it. Then he stared at the golden hand bone and began to cultivate. This golden hand bone shone with a golden light and emitted a pure metal-type energy wave. This wave was very sharp. It was like a sword that swept in all directions. Only Lin Xian had the red lotus armor, which had a strong defense and could withstand the power of the golden hand bone for a long time. Otherwise, even a seventh heaven supremacy would not be able to withstand it as easily as he did. This metal elemental energy was somewhat similar to his great dragon sword spirit, so Lin Xian was able to comprehend it with ease. After some comprehension, he quickly grasped the metal-type energy. Moreover, this familiar energy was growing rapidly. Not only that, but his understanding of the great dragon sword soul's application had also deepened. Although his cultivation did not increase, Lin Xian knew that his combat power had indeed increased. Then Lin Xian took out the water spirit pearl and comprehended the water-type element inside. The basic elements of the 5 elements were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lin Xian had already comprehended the fire, water, and metal elements. He was still lacking the earth and wood elements. Although he had not comprehended the last 2 elements, he had an innate foundation. For example, the longevity art that he cultivated had the characteristic of endless growth. It was very similar to the wood element. As for the earth element, it had a similar effect as Lin Xian's red lotus armor. It could be said that it was only a matter of time before he comprehended these 2 elements. According to the dark red divine dragon, comprehending the basic elements of the 5 elements would be extremely beneficial to him when he entered the king stage and constructed his own domain. After 2 days of cultivation, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Now his combat power had increased again. Even if he encountered a 7th heaven supremacy, he could deal with it without using the bloodthirsty frenzy. Chapter 1137. That was because the remote sky secret realm was filled with danger, and there was also a terrifying heavenly netherbird watching. If he wanted to obtain more wealth, he had to have enough strength. After the dark red divine dragon ate a few superior grade spirit stones, his cultivation recovered quickly. In addition to the jade pendant he had just obtained, his cultivation had now reached the 5th heaven of the supremacy realm. Together with the mysterious formation, it should not be a problem to trap a 7th heaven supremacy. On the other side, Zhao Shui also opened her eyes. Her face was filled with joy, and the virtual sky eye behind her became more solid. Lin Xian sensed this aura, and his heart skipped a beat. It seemed that her strength had also increased. Among the 7th heaven supremacies, Zhao Shui was probably one of the stronger ones. At that moment, the dark red divine dragon frowned. Oh no! Someone seems to have discovered the formation. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's warning, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's hearts skipped a beat. In the next moment, the formation around them suddenly trembled violently as if it would break apart at any moment. Boom! The formation did not last for long before it suddenly broke apart. A shocking saber ray cut the entire formation in half like a rainbow and quickly enveloped Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Boom! Lin Xian and Zhao Shui frowned and quickly dodged. However, the shocking sword ray quickly slashed down and cut the entire mountain in half. Humph, you 2 little thieves, you're quite good at hiding. But so what? Didn't I still find him? As they spoke, an elder had already arrived nearby. He was a 7th heaven supremacy. He held a jade green saber and had a terrifying aura. There are countless martial artists behind him, and they were all 6th heaven supremacies. Stop them. Set up the 7-star saber formation. The elder shouted coldly. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance. His figure flashed, and he and Zhao Shui quickly charged forward. Zhao Shui waved her palm, while Lin Xian threw out a sword chi. Then the two of them left without looking back. "Thief, where do you think you're going?" The old man roared angrily and was about to give chase when he was blocked by the light palm and sword chi. He roared and swung his saber to meet the incoming attack. However, the result was that he was sent flying by the two forces and spat out a mouthful of blood. "What? Elder is injured?" The martial artists who were in the middle of setting up the array formation were all stunned. They never imagined that in just a single exchange, their own elder would be injured. "Elder, are you all right?" A group of people surrounded him. The old man stood up and quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with fear. "Damn it. The strength of these two little thieves has increased again. How is this possible?" A few days ago he had exchanged blows with Lin Xian, but now it seemed that Lin Xian's strength had increased by quite a bit. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to injure him so easily. When the nearby cultivators heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Originally, Lin Xian and Lin Xian were already very terrifying. Now that their strength had increased again, how terrifying would they be? They didn't dare to imagine. Besides the 7th level venerated realm they had encountered at the beginning, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui encountered a few more groups of people. Now they were certain that this was a premeditated encirclement aimed at them. Their goal was to capture them. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui discussed. The two of them didn't go on a killing spree. Instead, they began to plan their escape route. After all, there were too many opponents. If they fell into a chaotic battle and were surrounded by several 7th level venerated realm martial artists, the situation would be dangerous. Lin Xian didn't want to use the 1,000 beast cauldron again. After all, the price would be very high. Therefore, the two of them quickly escaped. Lin Xian had powerful soul power and could sense the enemy in advance. Zhao Shui's void sky eye was even more useful. In the sky, a huge eye appeared. It stood above the clouds and looked down, grasping the situation within 1,000 miles. The hidden cultivators in the surroundings were all seen by the void sky eye. Not a single one escaped. This made it easier for Lin Xian and Zhao Shui to escape. With the void sky eye's guidance, the two of them quickly turned and shuttled through the forest, narrowly avoiding the groups of people. Damn it, how is this possible? Everyone failed to catch anything. They gathered together and were extremely angry. Could it be that the news was leaked? That shouldn't be. This is a plan we came up with at the last minute. It's very likely that Kid's soul power is too powerful and can foresee danger in advance. But no matter how strong his soul power is, it's impossible to avoid everyone. This is too strange. The expressions of the older generation people were very ugly. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Palace of War said, "Let's wait and see. My senior brother has also come this time. He has already chased after them. I think he should be able to stop those two." Hearing this, everyone's hearts shook. The person that the middle-aged man called senior brother was definitely a 7th level venerated realm martial artist. Moreover, looking at the middle-aged man's expression, his senior brother was probably even stronger. In front of them was a dense forest. Two figures shuttled through the forest like lightning. These two people were Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. They relied on the void sky eye to avoid all the surrounding cultivators. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from above them. "Humph, little guys, I've been waiting for you for a long time." This voice was abnormally loud and clear. It was like a golden bell that shook the surrounding mountains and caused countless boulders to roll down. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were stunned. Grave expressions appeared on their faces. They didn't expect that someone could avoid the detection of the void sky eye and find them. This was too surprising. There was no need to think about it. This person was definitely very powerful. Bang! A figure descended and stomped the ground, blocking Lin Xian and Zhao Shue's path. This person looked like a middle-aged man. He was tall and slender. His entire body was shrouded in a ball of light, making it impossible to see his true appearance. However, his eyes were extremely sharp. They were like lightning. He held a long spear in his hand. At this moment, the long spear was slanted towards Lin Xian. His entire body exuded an extremely powerful aura. This mysterious man was the senior brother of the middle-aged supremacy from the God of War Palace. He was very powerful. Those who had just entered the 7th level supremacy realm could not compare to him. You dare to kill us all by yourself? Zhao Shui looked at the newcomer and said coldly, I know that the two of you have extraordinary skills and have injured many 7th level supremacies. However, don't compare me to those trash. As long as I attack, you won't be able to escape. The mysterious man is very confident. Humph, shameless boasting. Zhao Shui snorted coldly. She waved her jade-like hand, and a surging palm shadow quickly surged out. You will soon know what it means to have someone stronger than you. Even among 7th level supremacies, there were differences in strength. As the mysterious man spoke, the long spear quickly streaked through the void. A terrifying aura surged out, forming a powerful killing intent that smashed forward. In the next moment, the long spear collided with Zhao Shui's palm of light. Bang! The collision sounded like a demonic sound, and the surrounding mountains were all shaken. Chapter 1138. How is this possible? Zhao Shui stopped in her tracks with an expression of shock on her face. She hadn't expected that this person would actually be so powerful to be able to force her back. At the side, Lin Xian frowned as well. He was well aware of Zhao Shui's strength. Ordinary 7th heaven exalts were no match for her at all. Yet, at this moment, this mysterious man had actually forced Zhao Shui back with a single strike of his spear. Needless to say, this was truly too shocking. No wonder this fellow dared to rush over here. It turned out that he was an extraordinary expert. Their expressions were unsightly. I've said it before. Even 7th heaven exalts have differences in strength. You're still not enough. The mysterious man was extremely domineering. After his spear succeeded, he didn't stop and attacked again. In an instant, the mysterious man arrived beside Zhao Shui. That spear was crystalline and translucent, and it emitted a dazzling light as it pierced toward Zhao Shui. Void Sky Eye! Zhao Shui shouted coldly, and an icy cold eye quickly appeared above her and looked down. Instantly, a ray of light shot out from that eye, and it fiercely collided with the spear. The collision caused countless rays of light to erupt. In an instant, the entire space rumbled, and the sky seemed to be collapsing as it couldn't endure the collision. The mysterious man grunted coldly and stood with his spear in hand. On the other hand, Zhao Shui's body trembled, and her expression changed drastically. Needless to say, this mysterious man was truly too strong. Even if she used her Void Sky Eye to resist him, she still couldn't gain the upper hand. It could be said that this was the most terrifying 7th heaven exalts she'd encountered so far. The mysterious man was surprised as well. In his opinion, this spear should be able to penetrate Zhao Shui. However, he hadn't expected that it would actually be neutralized by a strange eye. What a strange eye technique. Looks like you've probably obtained some sort of lost ancient inheritance. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, in the face of absolute power, everything you have is nothing. The mysterious man was extremely confident. His strength was terrifying. He'd stayed at the 7th heaven exalted realm for 100 years, and it could be said that he was extraordinarily strong. Ordinary 7th heaven exalts couldn't even block a single strike of his spear. It could be said that this was an extremely terrifying person. At this moment, it was already very impressive that Zhao Shui could block his attack. Let's attack together. On the other side, Lin Xian also drew the Lone Star sword from his back, his expression extremely solemn. He didn't expect to meet such a powerful figure here. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to leave if he didn't show his true abilities this time. The mysterious man sneered in disdain when he saw Lin Xian draw his sword. A brat at the 5th heavenly layer dares to draw his sword in front of me? Looks like you don't know how to write the word death. Today, I will let you know that the dignity of a 7th level venerable is not to be sullied. With that, he swept his spear horizontally, thrusting it towards Lin Xian. Boom! The long spear was like a heavenly blade, incomparably terrifying. In an instant, it arrived above Lin Xian's head. This mysterious expert was extremely powerful, as if he wanted to use the terrifying long spear to blast Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He wasn't a tough guy. Instead, he tapped his foot, and his body was like a flickering shadow, instantly transforming into countless figures, while his true body retreated 300 meters away. In the next moment, the long spear swept horizontally, annihilating all the illusions. The entire ground collapsed by hundreds of meters, and a huge crater appeared. One could imagine how terrifying this spear was. However, the mysterious man's expression was still cold. A 5th level venerable was actually able to dodge my attack. I presume your movement technique should be an Earth rank martial technique, right? Hearing the mysterious man's words, Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party would see through his movement technique so easily. At this moment, the mysterious man spoke once more. So that's how it is. One has grasped a lost ancient martial technique, and the other has an Earth rank martial technique. No wonder the two of you are able to defeat many 7th level venerables at such a young age. However, all of this is futile before me. Hand over the items obediently, and perhaps I can leave the two of you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, the consequences of offending me will be very tragic. If you want the items, defeat us first. Lin Xian said coldly. Since you are so stubborn, then don't blame me. The mysterious man's voice was also cold. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from his body. The spirit energy on his body was like a pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. All the demonic beasts within 1,000 miles were prostrated by this aura. So powerful! Sensing this aura, Lin Xian and Zhao Shue's expressions turned solemn. At this moment, the cultivators in the distance also sensed this aura, and their expressions turned solemn. On the other hand, the middle-aged man from the Palace of Ares was overjoyed. It was Senior Brother. He should have found the two thieves. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed over. Let's go and take a look. The others followed closely behind. The group of people rushed forward in a grandiose manner. Not only them, but all the cultivators within 1,000 miles also sensed this fluctuation. Even cultivators further away rushed over. In an instant, countless cultivators gathered in this direction. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Not long after, countless people arrived nearby. They looked at the scene in front of them and were deeply shocked. However, they did not dare to get too close and could only watch from afar. It's that brat. The two of them are indeed here. The people from the Palace of Ares were also overjoyed when they arrived. Who is that man? What a terrifying aura! The other cultivators looked at the mysterious man in shock and fear. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not pay attention to the people around them. At this moment, they were fully focused on the mysterious man in front of them. When the mysterious man heard Lin Xian's words, he snorted coldly. Stubborn. Since that's the case, I will personally send you on your way. After saying that, he pulled out his spear and quickly stabbed forward. The mysterious man crossed the distance of almost 1,000 feet in an instant. The terrifying spear was already in front of Lin Xian's chest. So fast! Lin Xian's pupils constricted and his expression changed drastically. He did not expect the other party's speed to be so fast. It was completely beyond his imagination. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the blood shadow doppelganger and quickly condensed a doppelganger to block in front of him. Meanwhile, his real body merged into the void and quickly escaped. Poof! In the next instant, the spear pierced through the doppelganger and lifted it into the air. Blood splattered everywhere. It was incomparably tragic. What? He's killed. Looking at this scene, everyone held their breaths, their faces dumbfounded. Especially those older powerhouses, their scalps went numb. They even wondered if they could block this stunning spear if they were in his place. After thinking for a long time, they sighed. They realized that even they were not 100% confident that they could dodge this spear, because this spear was simply too stunning. What? That brat was actually killed. After being stunned for a moment, someone screamed. Many people looked at the mysterious man in horror. Too terrifying. He killed a peerless young prodigy with one spear. How powerful did he have to be able to do this? In front of them, Lin Xian's figure was pierced through by the spear and lifted into the air. Blood dripped down his body, and every drop seemed to touch the hearts of those who saw it, causing them to tremble. Is it true? Is Lin Xian really killed? This is unbelievable. It's only been one move. I can't believe it. Chapter 1139. One had to know that Lin Xian was no longer a nobody. He was an extremely powerful existence, and many people had even seen him injure a 7th level supremacy. He was definitely a powerful young expert, and even those seniors might not be able to catch up to him. However, such a powerful young man was actually killed by a single spear strike. This was truly unbelievable. However, not everyone believed the scene. Many of them remained silent because they noticed that Lin Xian's companion, Zhao Shui, had a cold expression and did not seem to be panicking. Don't be careless. That kid is very strange. He might escape again. Many 7th level supremacies were secretly on guard. The mysterious man seemed to have discovered something suspicious and immediately snorted coldly. In the next moment, his spear vibrated and shattered the figure that was sent flying. With a crack, the figure was torn into pieces and blood sprayed into the sky. What? His body is torn apart? Is Lin Xian really going to die? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. However, at this moment, the mysterious man spoke again. Don't hide. I know this is just a clone of yours. What? A clone? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked ahead in disbelief. Even the martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War frowned. They noticed that Lin Xian's figure had appeared again in the space ahead, but his face was a little pale. He's not dead. That's a clone. This guy is too strange. A 5th level supremacy can actually condense such a lifelike clone. It's really unbelievable. It was not that supremacies could not condense clones, but the clones condensed by ordinary supremacies were very fake and could be seen through at a glance. For someone like Lin Xian, who could pass off a fake as the real thing, only a peerless supremacy or a special secret technique could do so. Obviously, Lin Xian was the second type. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not expect his secret technique to be seen through by the other party again. Kid, I have to admit that you have a lot of good stuff on you. First, you have an Earth rank martial art, and now you have a clone technique that can pass off as the real thing. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. The mysterious man said coldly, but don't worry. After you die, everything of yours will be mine. Lin Xian did not answer. Instead, he looked ahead and quickly sent a voice transmission to Zhao Shui. Let's attack together. Zhao Shui nodded slightly. Then, she formed hand seals and controlled the void eye to attack. Lin Xian, the Lone Star Sword, and the dragon's sword soul in his body, releasing a loud dragon's roar. Hearing this voice, everyone's hearts trembled as an indescribable fear rose in their hearts. The expressions of the older generation changed. The young man in front of them was too strange. Not only did he have that mysterious clone, but there was also a dragon's roar coming from his body. It was really shocking. The sword to Lin Xian's Lin, Shui, loan to the sword. A huge sword of light was formed in the heavenly palace. It was like a mountain, and it pressed down. On the other side, the eyes of the void also shot out a gray ray of light. It was like a death ray that streaked across the sky. The Lin to Lin. Boom! The mysterious man held a long spear in his hand and swept it out. A crescent-shaped wave of qi rushed forward and blasted forward. The energy field was terrifying. It was beyond everyone's imagination. In the next moment, the three collided with each other, releasing an earth-shattering sound. Endless energy exploded. The surrounding forest was instantly turned into ruins. Even the void was distorted, as if it could not withstand the energy. Lightning struck down from the sky, falling in all directions. Everyone's hearts and bodies trembled. They quickly retreated in fear. This was simply too frightening. Just a single strike had produced such a frightening amount of energy. Even this part of the world was about to explode. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were even more terrified. They knew the strength of the mysterious man. Now, Lin Xian and Lin Xian were able to fight against the mysterious man. This was completely beyond their expectations. Rumble. After one attack, Lin Xian attacked again. He swung the Lone Star sword and slashed forward violently. The blood-colored sword qi surged like a blood-colored river. In an instant, the sky was covered by an endless sea of blood. A terrifying, murderous aura spread in all directions. The sword slashed forward like a river of death. On the other side, Shu Shui also pushed forward with all his might. At that moment, Shu Shui's eyes were like the eyes of an ancient evil god. It was terrifying and exuded an unparalleled power. The two of them fought against the mysterious man. The battle was extremely intense. The violent energy spread in all directions, alarming all the martial artists in the surroundings. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Every attack was like 10,000 bolts of lightning. It was unbearable. Sword qi soared into the sky in front of them. It was like a scene of destruction. Everyone was shocked. Even the older generation figures felt their scalps go numb. They realized that if they went up against such a terrifying scene, they would probably be killed instantly. This was an extremely intense battle. The battle strength of both sides was monstrous. It was as if they were going to shatter the entire space. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He knew that he had encountered a true powerhouse, although the mysterious man in front of him was also a 7th level supremacy. His battle strength was much stronger than those 7th level supremacies from before. He was definitely an unparalleled powerhouse. At least among the 7th level supremacies, he was an extremely powerful existence. One had to know that he was already able to fight against a 7th level supremacy. Even so, he was still beaten up by the mysterious man. His blood was churning and his arm was numb. This was something that had never happened before. Lin Xian was shocked. The mysterious man opposite him was even more shocked. He had never imagined that a mere 5th heavenly layer exalted realm brat would actually be able to fight against him for so long without showing any signs of being defeated. This was simply too shocking. It was completely beyond his imagination. Originally, he thought that they were just 2 ants that he could easily kill. However, it seemed that it was not that simple. "Kid, I have to say that you've exceeded my expectations," the mysterious man said in a deep voice. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was enveloped by a strong light. He was like a god of war that one could only look up to. However, if this is all you've got, you can die in peace. The mysterious man waved the spear in his hand. He kept colliding with Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. He was surprised by the strength of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, his gaze was still calm. It was as if everything was under his control. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. He had a bad premonition. As expected, in the next moment, the spear in the mysterious man's hand whipped forward like a mountain. Clang! Lin Xian raised his sword to block. Immediately, a deafening sound was heard. Chapter 1140. That attack was too terrifying. Even he couldn't take it. One must know that even though he possessed overwhelming battle power, he was only a fifth heavenly layer exalted. There was still a gap between him and a real seventh heaven supremacy. Moreover, the other party was an exceptional seventh heaven supremacy. It could be said that Lin Xian was already very powerful for him to be able to do what he did. On the other side, Zhao Shui was also affected by the impact. Her face flushed red and the blood in her body churned. The surrounding people were even more shocked, especially those from the Palace of Gods of War. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War's face turned black. Damn it! This kid can actually fight against senior brother. How is that possible? He couldn't believe it. In his opinion, his senior brother should be able to kill Lin Xian in one move. However, it had already dragged on for more than 10 moves. The other older generation figures also looked solemn. There were still a few young geniuses present. They were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They were terrified just thinking about it. However, there was a young man younger than them who was actually fighting such an intense battle. Not only that, the news of Lin Xian fighting against the mysterious elite from the Palace of Gods of War spread quickly. The cultivators who didn't manage to rush over in time were also shocked when they heard it. What? A fifth heaven supremacy kid dares to fight against a seventh heaven supremacy of the older generation? Are you kidding? Who's kidding? There are already countless people watching. You can ask others if you don't believe me. No, we must go and take a look. We can't miss such a shocking battle. Everyone was in an uproar. It was too shocking. The seventh heaven supremacy was a high mountain in their eyes. It was a realm that they could only look up to. However, someone from the younger generation dared to challenge a seventh heaven supremacy. They couldn't believe it. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the challenger was only a fifth heaven supremacy of cultivation. They didn't know what to say. If it weren't for the surrounding people talking about it, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Even so, they still went to watch with a skeptical attitude. Could it be that a hidden young genius from a king family had appeared? Some older generation figures guessed. It was because they knew that the king clans had a deep foundation, and there would definitely be exceptional experts among the younger generation hidden by the king clans, all for the sake of shocking the world at a certain moment and appearing in front of everyone with an exceptional attitude. Now, Lin Xian's behavior was very similar to the prodigies that were hidden by the king clans. Therefore, many people made such guesses. However, the other group of people didn't believe it, because they knew that Lin Xian's background was merely that of a student of the Immortal Martial Academy. A disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy? Impossible! An ordinary disciple can never reach such heights. After all, that was a 7th level venerable. Just the suppression of his cultivation alone could crush a 6th heavenly layer venerable to death. Not to mention a youth in the 5th heavenly layer. There must be something fishy about this. In fact, many people didn't believe the rumor that Lin Xian was an ordinary student of the Immortal Martial Academy. From their point of view, Lin Xian might really be a peerless genius from a king clan, but was secretly arranged by his clan to cultivate in the Immortal Martial Academy. Furthermore, the identity of a disciple was just a cover. Some people even guessed that Lin Xian was a reincarnation of some old monster. They just didn't know what kind of expression these people would have if they found out that Lin Xian came from a small, remote country. In an instant, everyone hurried over. In the depths of the forest, the sound of metal clashing resounded continuously. The battle was still ongoing. Sword chi surged into the sky, Spiritual energy was agitated, and dragon roars resounded from time to time. On the other side, the void sky eye was incomparably evil, as if it wanted to connect to another space and time, and emitted a monstrous aura. The mysterious man was even more extraordinary. His entire body was emitting resplendent rays of light, and the spear in his hand was incomparably ferocious, as if he was a peerless god of war. Over 30 moves, how is this possible? The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect that a junior like Lin Xian could actually withstand over 30 moves from a 7th level venerable, and now he still hadn't lost. This was really difficult for them to accept. Originally, these people thought that as long as the mysterious man attacked, he would be able to kill Lin Xian with a single move. But they never expected that Lin Xian would actually be so strong, and he'd forcefully resisted over 30 moves without losing. However, many people felt their hearts sink because they noticed that the mysterious man hadn't executed any formidable martial skills, and he'd merely used ordinary moves to attack. This meant that the mysterious man hadn't used his full strength at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian was forced to use many ultimate skills, and he'd already used the Dragon Sword Soul and Blood Shadow clone. Besides that, he hadn't used the Gale Lightning Sword technique. Of course, he still had some extremely formidable trump cards, such as the Dragon Sword Soul, the Red Lotus Gloves, and the 1,000 Beast Cauldron. However, the price to pay was extremely great, and with his current situation, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to leave this place if he used them. Of course, he wouldn't hesitate to use them if his life was in danger. But for now, he still used the Dragon Sword Soul. On the other hand, the cultivators in the surroundings were discussing quickly. Even though the situation seemed to be in a stalemate, the mysterious man from the Palace of War hadn't used many formidable martial skills, and the young man before them had used many formidable martial skills instead. This meant that there was still quite a gap between the two of them. Yeah, it seems that the mysterious man from the Palace of War hasn't used his full strength at all. I originally thought that this young man was a peerless genius from some sovereign family, but it doesn't seem to be the case now. It's a pity that such an outstanding young man will be killed here in the end. Many people sighed and shook their heads. On the other hand, Lin Xian let out a low roar, and the Dragon Sword Soul in his body completely erupted. A low dragon roar resounded in his body, and then his attack power increased again. Bang! The sword Qi was like a dragon, and the void trembled as it suppressed the surroundings. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to increase his combat power. The mysterious man also frowned. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. This aura was very similar to that person's. He muttered to himself, then stared at Lin Xian, unable to stop. "Kid, what's your name?" the mysterious man suddenly asked. "I'll call you Uncle." Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the lone star sword in his hand swept out horizontally, bombarding the area in front of him. Humph! The mysterious man's face darkened, and the long spear in his hand danced. It was like a mountain in front of him, blocking all the attacks. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Palace of War said, "Senior brother, his surname is Lin, and his name is Lin Xian." Surname Lin? After hearing that, the mysterious man was slightly taken aback, and then he revealed a hideous expression. "It's really you. Kid, I've searched high and low for you, but I didn't expect you to appear in front of me." Chapter 1141. As soon as he said that, the mysterious man's aura surged again. The long spear in his hand disappeared like a bolt of lightning. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Xian's chest. The cold tip of the spear was aimed at Lin Xian's heart. If the spear hit, Lin Xian would definitely die. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. They knew that the mysterious man was going to attack with all his might. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he sensed the danger. He quickly activated the Red Lotus armor to protect himself. At the same time, The Lone Star sword shone brightly and slashed forward. Clang! However, the spear was too terrifying. Even though Lin Xian had defended himself, he was still sent flying. The mysterious man did not stop, but attacked again. The long spear was like a rainbow, emitting endless cold light. It was as if it had turned into a silver river that descended from the sky and was about to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian got up and shattered all the boulders on his body. Then he stomped his feet and charged forward. His eyes were like lightning. His black hair fluttered and lightning bloomed all over his body. It quickly formed a huge lightning sword and slashed forward. The mysterious man's eyes were cold, and he was exuding a biting, cold, murderous intent. At this moment, he was like the god of death, causing everyone to tremble. He also shouted and held the long spear with both hands. He quickly stabbed forward. This spear was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, the void would split open, and black holes would appear one after another. What? So terrifying! The Spear of Destruction. It's the Spear of Destruction. Many people screamed. Their scalps went numb, and they quickly retreated. That was because the Spear of Destruction was an extremely terrifying, destructive martial art. Whenever the Spear of Destruction was used, the entire area would be destroyed. It was extremely violent. Therefore, when these people saw the mysterious supremacy use this move, they were scared out of their wits and did not dare to stay any longer. In an instant, everyone retreated far away. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. Even a seventh heaven supremacy would be killed, let alone that kid. No one can escape from the Spear of Destruction. Many people's voices trembled. The warriors from the palace of Ares clenched their fists in excitement. Elder Duan, kill him! Humph, that's great. Let's see how arrogant this brat is. Now he knows how powerful our palace of gods of war is. The group of people had ferocious looks on their faces. Previously, Lin Xian had robbed them of many treasures. They were so angry that they were about to go crazy, but there was nothing they could do about it. Now they were able to witness the death of this despicable thief with their own eyes. Of course, they were extremely excited. It had to be said that the Spear of Destruction was just too terrifying. Under the might of the spear, the space up ahead fell into chaos as terrifying cracks appeared. A ghastly crack appeared in the void and quickly spread. If the crack was completely torn open, the entire void would explode. At that time, everything here would cease to exist. This was the terror of the Spear of Annihilation. However, before the spatial crack completely exploded, a red light suddenly lit up. Then, the red light became brighter and brighter, as if it was blood, dyeing the entire sky red. What happened? What's going on? Even the crack in the void was stopped? How is that possible? Could it be that this brat still had some treasures in his hands? Seeing this scene, the people in the distance were all stunned. They did not expect such a phenomenon to appear at the last moment. In the next moment, a terrifying power rose. Countless red lights surged in the sky like a blood-red river. A huge red palm shadow appeared in the void and quickly pressed towards the safe zone ahead. What a terrifying palm! What exactly is that? Seeing this palm, everyone felt their hair stand on end because they realized that the power was not weaker than the Spear of Destruction. Of course, this was Lin Xian's red lotus boxing glove. At the critical moment, he used this powerful boxing glove and threw a punch forward. Rumble! There was a huge explosion in front of them. Countless energy torrents swept in all directions. A few supremacies were too slow and were instantly drowned by the energy. In the end, not even their bones were left behind. Oh no, retreat! Seeing the scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They retreated again because the energy was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Was this really an attack from a venerable 5 followings heaven young man? How was that possible? No one dared to believe it. In front of them, the violent energy raged and drowned the entire space. Elder Duan! The warriors of the Palace of Gods of War cried out loudly because this energy was too terrifying. They did not dare to imagine what would happen to the people inside. At this moment, a huge eye appeared in the sky. It was like the eye of an ancient evil god, shining brightly. In the next moment, a faint golden vortex appeared in the huge eye and sucked away all the energy in the area. Then Lin Xian and Zhao Shui appeared. Both of them were pale, but they did not suffer any fatal injuries. In front of them, the turbulence was still surging and the void was trembling. Oh no, Lord Duan hasn't come out yet. Seeing this scene, the people of the Palace of Gods of War became nervous again. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such an evil eye that could suck away such violent energy. The surrounding people were even more shocked. They did not expect that the one in danger was actually that powerful and mysterious man. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui also looked solemn as they stared ahead. In front of them, the clouds rolled and the energy surged. However, the mysterious man's aura did not weaken. Instead, it became even stronger. Open up. In the next moment, a low and terrifying voice rang out from the turbulence. It was as if countless thunderbolts had exploded in the sky. A long spear pierced out from the violent energy like a rainbow. Then it tore the violent energy in the entire space apart in a violent manner. The violent energy rumbled and was flung into the sky by a huge force. Then a majestic figure appeared in front of them. This figure was the mysterious man from the Palace of Gods of War. He held a long spear in his hand, and his entire body emitted an endless stream of light, forming a mysterious armor that protected his entire body. He's fine. He's actually fine. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Just how powerful did this person have to be able to ignore the impact of the turbulence? This mysterious man was simply too terrifying. The people of the Palace of Gods of War cheered. That's great. Elder Duan is fine. I knew it. With Elder Duan's abilities, how could he be injured by that brat? A group of people exclaimed, Brat, I have to say that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. But since your surname is Lin, then you deserve to die. Reincarnate as an ordinary person in your next life. Chapter 1142. Wherever this cross-shaped light passed, the void was quickly sliced open. Endless energy surged, and a terrifying aura filled the air. It was like a ray of death. Everything that it passed by ceased to exist. Space rending cross-slash. Everyone exclaimed because they knew that this was another ultimate technique of the Palace of Gods of War. It's over. That kid probably won't be able to block it this time. Definitely. This space-rending cross-slash is an ultimate technique of the Palace of Gods of War. I'm afraid that kid definitely won't be able to block it. He's dead for sure. He was definitely lucky to be able to block the Spear of Destruction last time. Let's see what he's going to do this time. Those from the Palace of Gods of War sneered, while the others looked ahead nervously. However, in the next moment, something that shocked everyone happened. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he stood proudly. His body emitted endless light, and a dragon's roar was heard. An illusory true dragon appeared and coiled around his body. The dragon's head was held high as it roared into the void. Suddenly, an extremely sharp aura erupted and swept across the land. Feeling this aura, everyone trembled. Even the 7th level supremacies were no exception. Damn it. What is this? How can it be so terrifying? Impossible. He's just a 5th level dancing seed supremacy. How can he have such a powerful aura? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Even those from the Palace of Gods of War had a drastic change in expression as they looked ahead in horror. The mysterious man's face was also gloomy, but his eyes were shining with an extremely scorching light. Dragon-shaped sword aura? Extremely powerful? That's right, it's you. You're that person. I didn't expect you to really exist. The mysterious man's voice was cold. Previously, he was only suspicious and wanted to kill Lin Xian with the attitude that he would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. But now, with the appearance of the dragon-shaped shadow protecting him, he was very sure that the young man in front of him was the person they had spent so much effort to kill. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian also frowned. From the other party's words, it seemed that this attack wasn't just for the golden hand bone. For some reason, the other party seemed to be determined to kill him. This made him confused. Why? Why did the other party want to kill him? However, he would not sit still and wait for death. The dragon-shaped sword Qi was naturally the great dragon sword soul, and it was being used by Lin Xian at this moment. That was because the other party was simply too powerful. Perhaps only the great dragon sword spirit could subdue the other party. On the other side, Zhao Shui cried out when she saw Lin Xian's powerful battle prowess. She formed a seal with her hands and quickly used her strongest eye technique. Because her opponent was truly too powerful, if she still didn't use her full strength, she would probably be in danger. In the next moment, Lin Xian's wings of wind and lightning flapped behind him. The power of wind and lightning surged as he shot forward like a shooting star. At the same time, the lone star sword in his hand flickered and exploded with unparalleled light. Streaks of sword Qi slashed forward. Clang, 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 clang. The mysterious man used his spear to block and attack the dragon-shaped sword Qi. At the same time, the void sky eye above him rotated and emitted an extremely powerful aura. A grayish aura quickly locked onto the mysterious man. In an instant, the mysterious man's body trembled because his soul had been attacked. D*MN eye technique. The mysterious man's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect the other party's eye technique to be so strange that it could attack his soul. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and took out an ancient bronze mirror from his storage ring. He hung it above his head. The mirror emitted a green light that blocked the void sky eye above him. However, just as he finished doing this, Lin Xian's attack came again. This sword was like the roar of a true dragon as it quickly slashed toward him. Rumble! The violent sword Qi ruthlessly collided with the spear. Instantly, a terrifying energy exploded and unparalleled light shone in all directions. It was as if a sun had descended on the earth. In an instant, countless mountains and trees in the surroundings were completely turned into dust. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they all fled in fear, not daring to stay any longer. Soon, the mysterious man let out an angry roar. Then, a streak of blood dyed the sky red. What? Elder Duan is injured. How is this possible? When the cultivators saw this scene, they were all stunned, especially those from the Palace of Gods of War. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They knew Elder Duan's strength. He was incomparably powerful. However, at this moment, he was actually injured by two young men. This was hard for them to accept. Impossible. Although that kid's attack was powerful, it was impossible for him to injure Elder Duan. The middle-aged supremacy from the Palace of Gods of War shook his head frantically. Indeed, Lin Xian's sword was very powerful. However, the mysterious man was too powerful. Under normal circumstances, the two of them should be tied. However, at this moment, Zhao Shui used the void sky eye to attack the mysterious man's soul. This caused the mysterious man to be unable to unleash his full strength. Therefore, Lin Xian was able to succeed. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly after his successful attack. He let out a long roar and once again pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his might and quickly slashed with his sword. This time, he used the Gale lightning sword technique. In the sky, a gigantic sword appeared with the shadow of a true dragon coiled around it. It was extremely terrifying and ruthlessly sent the mysterious man flying. Boom! The mysterious man was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. His body flew backward and smashed dozens of mountains in a row before falling into a pile of ruins. Whoosh! Whoosh! After sending the mysterious man flying, Lin Xian gasped for breath. His face was abnormally pale. Obviously, using the great dragon sword soul at this level consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, he had used the red lotus boxing gloves not long ago. It could be said that Lin Xian did not have much spiritual power left in his body. Fortunately, he had gained a lot previously. Therefore, without any hesitation, he quickly took out an ancient spiritual fruit and swallowed it. At the side, Zhao Shui was also panting slightly. She had also swallowed an ancient elixir. Seeing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. This was too extravagant. Wasn't it just recovering spiritual power? Did they have to eat an ancient spiritual fruit? That was an extinct treasure. What a pair of prodigals. Everyone felt the pinch and wished they could snatch it. If such a thing was given to them, they would definitely worship it like an ancestor. However, in the hands of these two people, they ate it casually like candy. Of course, other than feeling the pinch, they were more shocked. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were too terrifying. They could actually injure the mysterious man. Before this, no one had expected this at all, especially those from the Palace of Ares. Their faces were all pale as if they had seen a ghost. What? Elder Duan is injured? How is this possible? Impossible. Among the 7th level supremacies, no one can injure Elder Duan, let alone the younger generation. Chapter 1143. As for Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, they ignored the others. After swallowing the spiritual fruits, they quickly recovered their spiritual energy. Then they shot up into the sky and flew into the distance. The reason for that was because the two of them knew very well that their attacks from before had merely injured each other and not taken each other's lives. Although the other party was injured, they had also exhausted a lot of their spiritual energy. If they continued to fight, the outcome would be unpredictable. There were still many warriors watching them. They could not take the risk, so they had to leave quickly. Fortunately, the surrounding warriors were all shocked by Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's performance. No one dared to stop them. This gave them 2 chances. In an instant, the two of them disappeared into the sky. At the same time, countless boulders flew out from the mountains behind them and smashed into the sky. A stalwart figure stood up from the ruins. He looked forward and roared into the sky. His black hair fluttered and his aura was vigorous. The mysterious man was completely enraged. However, in the next moment, he bent over and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, that sword aura. It's so sharp. The mysterious man gritted his teeth. He was indeed injured by Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul. Moreover, a trace of dragon-shaped sword aura had entered his body. If it was an ordinary sword aura, it would have been shattered by the spiritual energy in his body. However, the great dragon sword soul was different. It was too spiritual. Even with his strength, he had not been able to completely erase the sword aura. Humph, I'll let you live for a while longer. The mysterious man looked in the direction where the two of them had left and snorted. Then he sat down cross-legged and tried his best to eliminate the sword aura in his body. The surrounding people were stunned and stood rooted to the ground. The warriors who had participated in the pursuit of Lin Xian were even more terrified. Fortunately, they did not catch up to Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. Even the powerful honorable from the Palace of Ares was injured, let alone them. However, the people from the Palace of Ares shook their heads frantically. No, Elder Duan must have underestimated his opponent and allowed that kid to take advantage of him. Yes, that must be it. That brat was just lucky. The next time we meet, Elder Duan, you'll definitely be able to kill him. The people from the Palace of Gods of War kept finding excuses to comfort themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to accept this reality. However, it was clear that after this battle, those who were chasing after Lin Xian were afraid. Perhaps, at the very least, this hunting alliance would not continue. Sure enough, after a quick discussion, many people decided to withdraw from the hunting group. In the end, other than the War God Palace, the Shin family, and the Divine Bird Palace, all the other forces gave up. After all, they had only wanted to get some treasures. However, Lin Xian's strength was now enough to threaten their lives. Of course, they wouldn't be so stupid as to chase after him. However, from the looks of it, the Palace of Ares wouldn't give up. At least, that mysterious man wouldn't give up. The battle came to an end. The mysterious man was injured, and the others were silent. At this time, several ear-piercing sounds came from behind. A beautiful figure stepped on a purple cloud and quickly rushed over from afar. Behind her, there were countless martial artists. They're from the Morong family. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists looked behind and exclaimed. The people from the War God Palace didn't look too good. Behind him, Morong Qingqing was moving at an extremely fast speed. There was a trace of anxiety on her face. This was because not long ago, she had heard that Lin Xian had fought with the elites from the War God Palace. She was very worried, so she rushed over with her men. However, from the looks of it, the battle had already ended. Lin Xian, nothing must happen to you. Morong Qingqing was anxious and couldn't help but increase her speed. Swoosh! Like a purple cloud, she landed on the ground. Then, her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. She realized that although the surroundings had turned into ruins, there weren't any corpses. Instantly, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she sensed the remnant blood aura in the air, her heart skipped a beat. Soon, she saw the mysterious man sitting cross-legged, not far away. Sensing the aura of the other party, Morong Qingqing frowned. Naturally, she could tell that the man in front of her was much stronger than the other Seventh Heaven supremacies. Lin Xian would most likely die if he fought with such a person. However, what made her feel strange was that the surrounding martial artists' expressions were very ugly. It was as if something terrible had happened. Could it be that Lin Xian ran away? Morong Qingqing suddenly had such a thought. Although she didn't quite believe it, the expressions of the surrounding people were just too strange. It seems that I'm late, Morong Qingqing said in a low voice. Don't be so smug. That guy was just lucky that he ran away. The next time we meet, our elder Duan will definitely kill him. A disciple from the War God Palace said angrily. Hearing this, Morong Qingqing was stunned. Then she was overjoyed. It seemed that she had guessed correctly. Lin Xian had indeed run away. Does that mean that I missed a good show? Morong Qingqing's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, you missed a good show. That young man is really something. Among them, some forces that were on good terms with the Morong family began to explain to Morong Qingqing and the others. When they heard that Lin Xian and Duan Lingtian had not only escaped but also severely injured the powerful supremacies from the War God Palace, all the Morong family martial artists were stunned, especially Morong Qingqing. She was filled with shock. Previously, she had been worried about Lin Xian and was afraid that he would be in danger. That was why she had hurried over with her family members. However, she had not expected that not only had Lin Xian escaped calmly, but he had also injured the powerful, mysterious man. This made it hard for him to be confident. Damn that guy. He made me worry for nothing. Morong Qingqing scoffed in her heart, but her lips curled into a smile. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui quickly left the area. Then, the two of them quickly swallowed rare treasures to recover their powers. When they had recovered to their peak condition, the two of them sat on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. It had been too dangerous. It had been even more dangerous than dealing with a group of Seventh Heaven supremacies. That mysterious man was the most terrifying Seventh Heaven supremacies that they had ever met. If it had not been for the Dragon Sword soul and Zhao Shui's virtual sky eye that had affected the other party's soul, they would not have been able to defeat him. They might even have been captured by now. The War God Palace was really powerful. Lin Xian slowly exhaled, then frowned. He could not understand why the mysterious man had suddenly released such a murderous intent. The other party seemed to know him and had been looking for him for a long time in order to kill him. When he recalled that an elder from the War God Palace had shown a very good impression of him, he was puzzled. Chapter 1144. Lin Xian now knew that his father was in the Palace of Gods of War. Perhaps his father had already become a member of the Palace of Gods of War, and these people wanted to deal with him because they didn't get along with his father. And those who had helped him could be his father's good friends. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After the matter in the remote sky secret realm was over, he should make a trip to the Palace of Gods of War. Lin Xian felt that he had to meet his father because he had many questions to ask. But now wasn't the time. He had to leave the remote sky secret realm first. Beside him, Zhao Shui was also silent. Originally, she had absorbed the energy in the Dragon Ball and her strength had increased a lot. She thought that she could dominate the world. But she didn't expect such a powerful expert to appear. This made her feel a sense of danger. So now, whenever she had time, she would work hard to absorb the energy in the Dragon Ball and try to increase her strength again. Not long after, Lin Xian stood up again and said slowly, "I think it's time to track the heavenly Netherbird. Otherwise, the treasure in the remote sky secret realm's core won't be ours." Zhao Shui also opened her eyes and didn't delay any longer. Then, the two of them quickly sensed the black flame aura left behind by the heavenly Netherbird and began to chase. Relying on their powerful soul power and the detection of the void sky eye, they were finally on the right track after a day. Lin Xian and Lin Xian quickly chased after the scorching aura, their bodies moving like lightning. The black flame aura is getting stronger and stronger. I think we're on the right track. Sensing the changes in their surroundings, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him, Zhao Shui also nodded gently. Indeed, she could also feel the scorching aura. The two of them flew quickly and found that the demonic beasts ahead were getting stronger and stronger. Sometimes they even found a 7-star demonic general. That was an existence even more terrifying than a 7th-level supremacy. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui didn't want to provoke such a terrifying demonic beast, so they used their soul power to take a detour. At the very least, the strength of the 7-star demon general's body had completely surpassed that of a 7th heaven supremacy. If they really fought, it would be troublesome. It definitely wouldn't be as easy as fighting with the mysterious man from the Palace of Gods of War. Fortunately, the two of them passed through safely. In the following days, they encountered all kinds of rare and exotic beasts. Sometimes they even encountered groups of demonic beasts traveling. Such a matter made their hearts jump to their throats. But no matter what, they were getting closer and closer to the heavenly Netherbird. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared in front of them. It was like a mountain that was almost 10,000 feet high, piercing through the clouds. What a tall mountain! Lin Xian and Lin Xian exclaimed, but soon the two of them frowned. No, this isn't a mountain. Zhao Shui also used her void sky eyes to check carefully. Then she frowned. Those are actually trees. When they found out that the huge shadow was actually a tree, Lin Xian and Lin Xian were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a tall tree. It was almost 10,000 feet tall, and the top of the tree pierced through the clouds. No wonder they were mistaken. No one would think that it was a tree. The remote sky mystery realm is really mysterious. We can see all kinds of strange things. Lin Xian exclaimed. He had never seen such a tall tree in the outside world. It looked like it had lived for at least a few thousand years. The two of them flew towards the huge tree with curiosity in their hearts. But gradually, the two of them frowned again. The closer they got to the tree, the more uneasy they felt. It was as if something was about to happen. Be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Zhao Shui. Just as he finished speaking, the air suddenly froze. The two of them froze. It felt as if the entire space was tightly grabbed by a pair of invisible hands. It was as if the surrounding air was about to crush them. Damn it! Their expressions changed drastically. Their bodies emitted cracking sounds, as if they couldn't take it anymore. Zhao Shui cried out as countless tiny golden vortexes appeared around her body, producing a devouring force that tried to dissolve the oppressive feeling around her. Lin Xian did not stay idle either. Countless sword qi burst out from his body and cut the surrounding space apart. Then, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief and looked around vigilantly. It was too dangerous just now. It was only because the two of them were strong, had extraordinary skills, and had mastered many kinds of secret techniques that they were able to escape the calamity. Otherwise, even a 7th level supremacy would not be able to escape in a short time. This place was too strange. Zhao Shui looked solemn. Indeed, the aura just now was too similar to the wind concept. However, its power was far beyond the wind concept. Lin Xian also frowned. Based on the situation just now, it was clearly a wind attribute aura. However, the wind attribute aura was much stronger than he had imagined. It even affected the entire space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the two of them were talking quickly, countless green whirlwinds suddenly appeared around them. Those whirlwinds were of different heights. However, without exception, their surfaces were all flickering with green wind blades. It was as if they could easily tear the void apart. Along with the appearance of these green whirlwinds, the entire space became extremely oppressive and condensed. It was as if there was an invisible force imprisoning Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, fixing their bodies in the air. It's indeed a wind attribute aura. Lin Xian took a deep breath. In the next moment, he also used the wind concept. A ball of green light surrounded him and Zhao Shui. Crack, crack, crack. For a moment, the surrounding space made sounds of collision. It was the collision of two forces. It was just that those fierce winds in the surroundings were too terrifying, pressuring the two to the point that they were somewhat unable to breathe. Even with Lin Xian's concept of wind, their situation only became slightly better, but they were still not out of danger. Then, many huge cyan figures appeared from the cyan whirlwind. It was a type of strange bird. Its body was covered with green feathers, but it had a human face. At this moment, the strange faces of those people had extremely ferocious expressions. They stared at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui viciously. What followed was a series of angry roars. These guys seemed to want revenge. Lin Xian's face did not look good. Revenge? How did they find us? We have never been here before. Zhao Shui also frowned. Lin Xian used his soul power to quickly investigate. He found that there were a few corpses of strange green birds in the distance. They were obviously killed by someone. Moreover, looking at the wounds, it seemed to be caused by a sharp weapon. There should be humans who came here before and killed many monsters. That was why they hated humans so much. Chapter 1145. Zhao Shui also activated her void sky eyes and looked into the distance. Then, she was shocked because her void sky eyes could see even more clearly. In the distance, there were 5 or 6 huge wind demon beasts that had been cleaved in half. However, what shocked Zhao Shui was that the wounds on the 5 wind demon beasts were exactly the same. Obviously, this was the result of a single slash. Just who is it that can kill so many powerful wind magical beasts with a single slash? Zhao Shui was extremely shocked. Lin Xian also frowned after hearing this. Someone with such strength was at least a 7th level supremacy, and not just any 7th level supremacy. This person was probably not any weaker than the mysterious man from before. Which faction was this person from? How could he be so powerful? Someone actually appeared here. Could it be that his goal is the same as ours? Also the core area of the remote sky secret realm? Thinking of this, their faces darkened. If it was really as they guessed, then the situation was not good. Then, the two of them used their methods to break through the frozen space and continued to fly forward. However, the further they went, the darker their faces became because they found human footprints in front of them. Obviously, that person was also chasing after the heavenly netherbird. Oh no! I'm afraid that person has the same idea as us. Lin Xian took a deep breath with a grave expression. Indeed, someone had walked in front of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui and was chasing after the heavenly netherbird. This made the two of them gloomy. Therefore, in the next moment, they could not help but speed up. Although they knew that the core area had layers of formations and would not be easy to enter, they would not be able to bear the consequences if someone else got there first. Therefore, the two of them had to speed up and hurry. However, just as they were rushing forward, the sound of rushing air suddenly came from ahead. Then a figure appeared in their field of vision. That figure seemed to be in a sorry state, and his aura was extremely unstable. He was also stunned when he saw Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, but he quickly said anxiously, "There's danger ahead. There's danger ahead. You'd better run." While speaking, the figure did not slow down and soon arrived in front of Lin Xian. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui frowned. They had seen this kind of situation many times. They thought that they were being hunted. However, in this kind of situation, there were usually people who wanted to frame them and drag them down, just like when they encountered the divine bird palace. However, this time around, it seemed to be different. The reason for that was because this man had warned them to leave. This made the two of them extremely surprised. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" When the figure arrived beside Lin Xian and Lin Xian, he was also stunned. At this moment, Lin Xian also saw the figure clearly. It was a young man and a fat one at that. The things he was wearing were very messy, and it didn't look like a complete set. On top of a loose robe, there was an ancient battle armor that covered the heart and other key parts. He wore a pair of green boots that emitted a misty green light. Lin Xian felt a strong wind attribute power from them. Clearly, this was a treasure that increased one's speed. At the same time, the fat man was also wearing a helmet that covered most of his face, but his eyes that were exposed were constantly moving. One look and one could tell that he was a clever person. "Why aren't you running?" The fat man stared at Lin Xian and Lin Xian, his eyes constantly moving. No matter how smart he was, he couldn't understand what the two of them were thinking. "Why should we run? You should be the one in danger." Lin Xian shrugged. Hearing this, the fat man rolled his eyes. He was about to say something, but suddenly a huge wind blade came from all around, quickly slashing towards him. "Damn, it's this group of abominable wind warcraft again." The fat man cursed, but his movements were not slow. His green shoes emitted a green light, carrying him like a gust of wind, instantly dodging these attacks. At the same time, he was wearing 2 black boxing gloves on his hands. With a punch, a majestic energy gushed out of the gauntlet and blew up the wind warcraft. The powerful attack surprised Lin Xian. He looked at the fat man in surprise and found that the treasures on the fat man's body were all extraordinary. They were at least half Earth-rank treasures. Take the black boxing gloves, for example. Its power was extremely terrifying, not losing to his Lone Star sword. However, compared to his red lotus boxing gloves, it was still slightly inferior. However, this was already very impressive, surpassing most martial artists. After finishing off the wind warcraft in front of him with a punch, the little fatty said, "You guys better run. The person behind you is simply a lunatic." After saying this, the little fatty ignored Lin Xian and Lin Xian and turned to run. Lin Xian and Lin Xian were surprised. To be honest, the fat man was already very powerful. Even if he encountered a 7th level venerable, he could still fight. He couldn't imagine what kind of person could make the little fatty so scared. Could it be that person? Lin Xian and Zhao Shui looked at each other, because they felt that the person behind them was very likely to have the same goal as them. However, at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly came from ahead. "Damn, fatty, you think you can escape?" This voice was extremely sharp, like a sharp blade, cutting down all the surrounding mountains and trees. In the next moment, a blue light lit up in front of them. Like the sea, it instantly surged over. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding wind, warcraft, all screamed. Countless wounds appeared on their bodies as if they were cut by a sharp blade. Some unlucky ones were even directly cut in half. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's faces also changed. They finally knew why the fat man wanted to run. It was because the person in front was too terrifying. Just this attack alone was enough to make them feel fearful. This was because this attack was even stronger than that of an ordinary 7th level venerable. They saw that the blue light was about to envelop them. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui no longer stayed silent, and they both made their moves. Lin Xian formed an armor on his body, blocking the blue light. Zhao Shui shouted, and countless golden vortexes also appeared on her body, crazily absorbing everything. The blue light was so terrifying that it could even cut through space. In the next moment, it enveloped Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Clang, 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 clang. When the blue light hit the two of them, a series of low metal clangs sounded. This sound was so terrifying that Lin Xian's qi and blood trembled a little. What a terrifying light! It seems to contain the power of water, but this fierce aura is much stronger than the water element. What kind of attack is this? How can it be so strange? Chapter 1146. That was because it didn't make sense at all. Normally, water elements were used to assist in healing and were more gentle. However, although the blue light in front of him contained a thick water element aura, its sharpness was even more terrifying than some sword intense. Lin Xian had never encountered such a thing before. The fatty in front was also enveloped by the blue light and immediately screamed in shock. "Damn lunatic, I didn't provoke you. Why are you chasing me? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're from the palace of gods of war. If you provoke me, I won't let you off." The fatty kept screaming when he sensed danger. Palace of gods of war. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard that. He didn't expect the palace of gods of war to have such a powerful supremacy other than the mysterious man from before. It seemed that the palace of gods of war was planning something big. At that moment, a sneer came from the front again. "Damn fatty, no matter what, you're dead meat. How dare you follow me secretly? Tell me, what's your motive? Bullsh *T. Who's following you secretly? The road is so big. Are you the only one who's allowed to walk, and I'm not?" The fatty was stubborn. Although the blue light made him scream, he didn't suffer any substantial damage. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be in the mood to argue. The voice didn't continue, but a figure flew over quickly. It was a very arrogant young man with a sneer on his face. His aura was unusually sharp, like a sharp knife that could cut through everything. There's someone else?" The young man stepped on the void and walked over with his hands behind his back. However, when he saw Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, he was clearly stunned. He didn't expect there to be two other people here besides the fatty. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have resisted his attack. This greatly surprised him. 7th Heaven's supremacy. Yan Feng's gaze swept across Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Then his gaze stopped on Zhao Shui. That was because Zhao Shui's aura was very powerful. She had reached the 7th Heaven's supremacy. What shocked him even more was that she was very young. This had piqued his interest. That was because he was also a 7th level venerate. Moreover, he knew that it was extremely rare for someone to become a 7th level venerate at their age. Every single one of them was a peerless genius. However, he did not know which sovereign clan this white-clothed lady belonged to. Not only that, but Zhao Shui's beautiful face also moved his heart. "I didn't expect to meet such a beauty in a place like this. Looks like my luck is pretty good. Yan Feng's eyes flickered. However, in the next moment, when his gaze swept over Lin Xian, he immediately frowned. This was because his opponent's cultivation was simply too low. He was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the exalted realm. In his eyes, such a cultivation was no different from an ant. However, to his surprise, his opponent was actually able to resist his attack. He couldn't help but be surprised. One had to know that although his attack was just a casual attack, it was still extremely powerful. A 6th heaven venerable would not be able to withstand it at all. Even a 7th heaven venerable would have to take it seriously. But now, a brat at the 5th heavenly layer martial highness realm was actually safe and sound? He couldn't understand this. However, when he saw the red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body, he immediately sneered. I was wondering why an ant of the 5th celestial layer could withstand my attack. So it turns out that he is wearing a defensive armor. Seeing this, Yan Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Brat, I have to say that you're very lucky. I can spare your life as long as you take off your armor and give it to me. At this moment, Lin Xian's entire body was covered by the red lotus armor. The scarlet light flickered as if it was a real armor. Therefore, even though Yan Feng was a 7th level venerate, he didn't immediately realize that the armor was illusory. However, even if it was real, Lin Xian couldn't take it off and give it to anyone. Lin Xian's face turned cold when he heard the other party's arrogant words. This guy was really arrogant. Did he really think that he could control everything just because his cultivation was high? He was disgusted by these people's faces. Therefore, he planned to give them a taste of their own medicine. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked at Yan Feng in front of him. You're quite lucky too. Hand over your saber, and I can spare your life. His voice was filled with provocation. Zhao Shui didn't have any reaction to Lin Xian's behavior. She would have been surprised if the spiritual value points didn't say that. However, when the little fatty behind heard this, his body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. He stared blankly at Lin Xian, the fat on his face trembling. Did I hear wrongly? What did that brat say? He's actually threatening Yan Feng? Heavens, does he know who Yan Feng is? The fatty covered his face. Didn't I tell him? That's not right. I already told him. The fatty couldn't believe that someone dared to provoke Yan Feng. When the arrogant young man in front of him heard this, he was also stunned. Then he laughed loudly. Brat, it's been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like that. Because anyone who spoke to me like that is already dead. Yan Feng looked down at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. Is that so? Then I'm different from you. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. There are people who speak to me like that every day. However, it's a pity that those who spoke to me like that are all dead. Uft! Behind him, the fatty couldn't help but burst out in laughter. This guy is too awesome. He actually dared to provoke Yan Feng like that. Brother, I'll give you 100 likes. At this moment, the fatty seemed to have forgotten about the danger around him. He looked at the scene excitedly. Yan Feng was also stunned. Then his face darkened and his eyes turned cold. He didn't expect that an ant-like person would dare to speak to him like that. Was he not afraid of death? However, when he saw Zhao Shui at the side, he suddenly had a look of realization. Brat, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a 7th level honored realm protecting you. As long as I want to kill you, no one can save you. Even if you have a 7th level honored realm by your side, there's no exception. Yan Feng's voice was cold. In his opinion, Lin Xian dared to be so arrogant because he had Zhao Shui, a 7th level honored realm, by his side. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant even if he had 10 guts. Is that so? Don't be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you'll be slapped in the face. Lin Xian didn't back down in the slightest. You're courting death. Yan Feng was finally angry. The other party was just an ant. Yet he kept provoking him. He couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, he decided to attack fiercely and destroy the other party. Chapter 1147. He did not want to waste his time on an ant. He waved his hand, and a bright light shot out from his palm. It was like countless rays of divine light shooting forward. Every ray of light turned into a wave, shaking the void like the Milky Way. At this moment, the sky was completely covered. Only the 5 Milky Way waves fell from the sky, emitting an unparalleled light. The 5 rays of light all rushed toward Lin Xian. In his opinion, any one of the rays of light could kill the ant in front of him. However, he decided to use the 5 rays of light to kill the ant in front of him to vent his anger. Behind him, the fat man's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Milky Way palm art. Looks like Yen Feng is really angry. His opponent is a level 5 brat, and he used the Milky Way palm art. Should I save him? The fat man's eyes kept darting around. However, he shook his head in the next moment. Forget it. The Milky Way palm art is so powerful. I can't save him even if I go. Moreover, the brat seems to have a level 7 honorable with him. He should be fine. After thinking for a long time, the fat man did not make a move. The Milky Way in front of him had already enveloped Lin Xian. It looked like it was about to explode and kill Lin Xian in the next moment. However, at this moment, Zhao Shui made her move. She waved her hand, and a dull sound was heard in the void. A blazing ray of light exploded like the sun and shot toward the 5 Milky Way. Suddenly, a terrifying energy exploded. The 5 Milky Way evaporated in the air and no longer existed. What? She broke it so easily? The fat man was stunned when he saw this scene. He did not expect the lady in white to be so terrifying. She broke the Milky Way palm art with just a lift of her hand. Yen Feng's face was also gloomy. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stared at the two of them. He did not expect to not kill the ant in front of him with one move. At the same time, it angered him. Lin Xian looked forward and sneered. I told you not to be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you will be slapped in the face later. Look, now you are slapped in the face. Lin Xian's sarcasm made Yen Feng even angrier. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and stretched out his hand to grab Lin Xian. This palm was extremely domineering and sharp, directly enveloping the entire space. A terrifying aura surged in the air, as if it wanted to completely refine Lin Xian. With a shout, Zhao Shui was about to attack again when Lin Xian stopped her. Forget it, don't do anything. Judging from this aura, this fellow is probably not weaker than the mysterious venerable from before. If we were to fight with him, both sides might suffer. From the looks of it, this place isn't far from the Sky Serene Bird, so we shouldn't be impulsive. Hearing this, Zhao Shui also lowered her jade-like hand. Because Lin Xian was right, it was best to conserve their strength and wait until they entered the core area. Then what should we do? Let's go. Lin Xian shook his head, then pulled Zhao Shui and retreated. The two of them were like lightning, instantly leaving the area covered by the giant palm. In the next moment, everything in the area was refined by the terrifying palm. The mountains and trees all collapsed, and a terrifying crater appeared in the ground. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui did not stop, and they fled into the distance. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yen Feng's voice was cold. He would not let them leave so easily. Since they dared to offend him, he would definitely kill them. In the next moment, he put his hands behind his back, took a step forward, and quickly chased after them. Fuck, don't come over here. The fatty in front saw Lin Xian and Zhao Shui flying in his direction, and his eyelids twitched. Big brother, there were so many ways for you to fly, but you chose to fly in my direction. You must be doing this on purpose. The fatty was about to cry. However, seeing that he could not change the situation, he did not say anything and turned to run. The green shoes on his feet emitted a misty light, making him as fast as lightning and as swift as the wind. As he ran, he shouted, "Brother behind me, you're going to get me killed!" Lin Xian rolled his eyes when he heard Lin Xian's words. After all, Lin Xian was the one who lured that terrifying person over. In the next moment, endless light exploded from his feet, and his speed increased exponentially. Soon he caught up with the fatty. "Fuck, so fast!" The fatty was obviously shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian and Zhao Shui to be so fast. This made him extremely surprised. After all, the shoes on his feet were not ordinary. It was because of these shoes that he was able to escape from Yanfeng's pursuit. However, he did not expect the man and woman in front of him to be as fast as him. One could imagine how powerful their movement techniques were. It seems that these two are not ordinary people either. The fatty rolled his eyes, then laughed. "I'm Zhou Qingho. How should I address you too?" "Zhou Qingho?" Lin Xian looked at the little fatty and thought to himself, "You weigh a ton, so you're not light." Then he smiled and said, "I'm Lin Xian. This is Zhao Shui." "Zhao Shui." The fatty looked at her twice. He had no choice. Zhao Shui was really too beautiful. However, when he saw Zhao Shui's cold face, he felt a chill in his heart and quickly retracted his gaze. "I'm a disciple of Marywood's. What about you two?" Marywood's disciple? No wonder he had so many treasures on him. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this fatty to be a disciple of a king clan. Marywood's was also a king clan, and their strength was not inferior to the Shen clan and Moron clan. "We're from Immortal Martial Academy," Lin Xian said. He did not say anything about Zhao Shui's Void Sky School. Anyway, even if he did, the fatty would not know. "So you're a disciple of Immortal Martial Academy. No wonder you're so strong." The fatty started to worm his way into being friends. He looked at the two of them and whispered, Why don't the three of us work together and kill our way back? I've long found that lunatic an eyesore. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't beat him, I wouldn't have let him go so easily." The fatty gritted his teeth. Obviously, he had suffered a lot in the hands of that lunatic. Not fighting. Lin Xian saw that the fatty's cultivation had reached the 6th heavenly layer. This kind of cultivation was very strong among the younger generation. However, compared to Zhao Shui and Yanfeng, he was still a little lacking. However, he was able to escape from Yanfeng's hands. This was enough to show that this fatty was not as simple as he looked. Not fighting? The fatty was stunned. He originally thought that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui would fight, but he did not expect them to refuse so decisively. "Then what do we do? Do we keep running? And let's change direction and run." Lin Xian scouted the surroundings and began to circle around. He did not want to be too far away from the heavenly nether bird, or else he would have to hurry. Behind them, Yanfeng's face was gloomy. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He did not expect the three of them to be so fast. Even with his strength, he could not catch up. Chapter 1148. "Damn you! Don't let me catch you, or I'll pull out your tendons and skin each and every one of you." He was about to go crazy with anger. Previously, the little fatty had relied on a pair of green shoes to escape from his pursuit. Yet now, a brat at the 5th heavenly layer of the exalted realm was actually able to run so fast. It was beyond his expectations. With a roar, Yanfeng raised his arm and slashed forward with his fingers like a blade. Immediately, the void split as a huge blade ray formed in the sky and slashed forward. "Damn, that lunatic is going to attack again." Feeling the surging spiritual energy behind him, the little fatty's expression changed. He once again poured his spiritual energy into the shoes, and his speed increased a little. Lin Xian was also surprised. Firstly, the little fatty's green shoes made him very confident, but he did not expect the treasure to be better than he imagined. Secondly, he was even more shocked by the blade ray behind him. It was too terrifying. The sharp aura was not weaker than his. What a terrifying blade intent! Zhao Shui was also surprised. Of course. The little fatty did not turn his head. but his voice floated out. That guy is crazy. He cultivated a blade soul, and he has an earth rank blade technique. It can be said that his combat strength is off the charts. Among the seventh heaven supremacies, there are very few who can be his match. Earth rank martial technique. Hearing that, Lin Xian was shocked. Then he rolled his eyes. Since the other party was so powerful, why did you say that we would work together to fight back? Wasn't that clearly a trap? In the next moment, the huge blade ray enveloped the three of them. Damn it, I didn't dodge. The little fatty had a long face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and activated the armor on his body. Immediately, the armor shone and formed a strong defense. Needless to say, the little fatty's body was full of treasures. The green shoe's speed was even comparable to an earth rank movement technique. At this moment, the dark purple armor activated by the little fatty also displayed an extremely strong defense. The terrifying blade ray collided with the armor and made a clanging sound, but it did not tear through the defense. It seemed that this armor was also an extremely powerful treasure. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were also shocked, and they quickly used their defensive techniques. That's right, that saber light is very terrifying. You must be careful. Little Fatty reminded from the front. Then he turned around and saw a scene that shocked him. This was because he discovered that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were both enveloped by the saber light, but the two of them were completely fine. This made him extremely surprised. One had to know that the armor he was wearing was extraordinary. That was why it was able to block the saber ray. However, the two people behind him were just like him, safe and sound. The white-clothed woman was fine. She was a seventh heavenly layer venerable realm cultivator, so she should be able to withstand the saber light. But what's going on with that guy with the ancient sword on his back? He's clearly only at the fifth heavenly layer of the Exalt realm, yet he was able to block it? Is that red armor also a supreme treasure? Little Fatty stared at the red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body, and his eyes kept darting around. On the other hand, Lin Xian did not notice Little Fatty's expression. He was currently resisting the saber light, and at the same time he extended his soul power to quickly study the saber light. This was because he discovered that the saber light contained dense water elements and the power of the saber soul. It was soft yet firm, and it was extremely sharp. This gave him a lot of inspiration. If he studied it more, he would be able to gain a deeper understanding of the attributes. At the back, Yen Feng, the peerless genius from the Palace of Gods of War, had a gloomy expression. He did not expect that his saber light would be ineffective against the three of them. I'd like to see how long you can hold on. With a cold snort, he once again used his hand as a saber and slashed out a shocking saber light. The ground shattered and the sky collapsed. The terrifying saber light swept across the front. Damn it, he's indeed a lunatic. Seeing that Yen Feng was unwilling to stop, Little Fatty at the front cursed loudly. On the other hand, the red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body shone even brighter. It emitted a scarlet light, forming a strong defense that quickly blocked the saber light. Not only that, but his eyes also became brighter, like the stars in the sky. So that's how it is. I understand now. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gratified smile. You understand? What do you understand? Little Fatty was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that this fellow had been studying the saber light? What the heck? Just how much mental energy does he have? Doesn't he know that his life could be in danger at any time? Little Fatty was completely convinced. He had never seen such a person. In such a dangerous situation, he still had the time to study other people's martial arts. Lunatic, damn it, another lunatic. Little Fatty kept shaking his head as though he was hopeless. When Yen Feng saw this scene, he was so angry that he trembled. Not only was a level 5 brat not injured by him, but he was also studying his martial arts. This was definitely a provocation. Brat, you're too arrogant. Yen Feng's voice was cold as his aura exploded. A sharp saber soul energy emerged from his body. The aura was too terrifying. It was as though a peerless heavenly saber had been unsheathed, causing the entire space to collapse. Oh no, this is the power of the saber soul. Little Fatty felt his scalp go numb when he sensed this power. His face changed drastically. It's over. Yen Feng is going to get serious. Little Fatty was about to cry. If it was a normal power, he could still block it. However, if Yen Feng used the power of the saber soul, he would not be able to block it. One had to know that he was only a level 6 honorable. Although he had treasures on him, it would be difficult for him to block the power of the saber soul. Lin Xian and Zhao Xue's faces changed as well. This was because this power was several times stronger than the previous saber light. Even a level 7 honorable would not be able to block it. Dai Yuan's. Yen Feng's voice was cold. The power of the saber soul in his body exploded, and a shocking saber light slashed out. Damn it, speed up! Little Fatty roared angrily. All the spiritual energy in his body was channeled into the green shoes on his feet. Then, the green shoes released a dazzling green light. It was as though they had grown wings and carried him into the sky. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was. Lin Xian snorted. He activated the Red Lotus armor with all his might, forming a huge armor shadow that covered him and Zhao Xue. Clang! There was a violent sound of metal colliding, causing the entire area to shake. The huge armor also shook, and countless ripples appeared on its surface. However, what was shocking was that it did not shatter. Seeing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said to Zhao Xue, "Let's get out of here, quickly." Okay. Zhao Xue nodded. Then, the two of them used their movement skills and sped up. Their bodies were like lightning as they charged into the distance. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Yen Feng snorted. His 5 fingers formed a claw as he grabbed forward. Chapter 1149. Returning Wind Whisk's Willow Sword. Lin Xian bellowed coldly as streaks of sword aura surged out of his body, circling around his body as he charged forward. The sword chi was like willow branches. The green branches were extremely soft. On the willow branches, there were golden leaves. They were as sharp as swords and were unstoppable. The willow branches of sword chi circled around him and circled quickly. They formed a huge semicircle that wrapped around Lin Xian and Zhao Xue, resisting the shocking saber light. The returning Wind Whisk's Willow Sword was the Lin family's secret technique. However, it was very powerful when used in the spirit detecting realm. Once one entered the honorable realm, it would be useless. However, Lin Xian had just learned how to use softness with toughness. When he used it now, the originally dim martial art became magical again. In the next moment, the two collided and the entire void let out a cracking sound. The willow branches of sword chi were like a breeze and contained the power of the wind. On the other hand, the golden leaves contained the power of the dragon sword soul and were extremely sharp. The perfect combination of the two unleashed a miraculous power that blocked the shocking saber light. At that moment, Lin Xian and Zhao Xue charged out of the saber light's range and flew into the distance. What? He blocked it? Both Little Fatty and Yen Feng were shocked by the scene. Little Fatty did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block the sword chi. It was unbelievable. Yen Feng was even more furious. His handsome face was terrifyingly gloomy. He had already used the power of his saber soul. Even a 7th heaven honorable would not be able to block it. However, he did not expect that. His opponent, a 5th heaven honorable realm brat, would block it for no reason. This shocked him greatly. Damn it, what does this brat have? How can he block the power of my saber soul? Yen Feng gritted his teeth and said. Looking at the two disappearing figures, he snorted and was about to chase after them. However, as soon as he moved, Little Fatty ran in the opposite direction of Lin, Xian, and Xiaoxue. Damn it! Seeing this, Yan Feng became even more furious. After struggling for a moment, he finally gave up on killing Lin Xian and turned to chase after the little fatty. Because the little fatty had discovered his secret, he had to get rid of him to prevent the news from leaking out. His expression hardened, and like a beam of blue light, he instantly shot towards little fatty. Motherfucker, you're actually chasing me? Why don't you chase after those two? When little fatty saw the lunatic chasing after him, he immediately cursed loudly. However, although he was cursing, his speed did not slow down at all. Running all the way, little fatty finally saw another group of people. He had chosen this direction because he wanted to get rid of Yan Feng and because Lin Xian had sent him a message. This was because before Lin Xian left, he had sent a voice transmission to little fatty, telling him to head in this direction, saying that he would definitely be able to escape from danger. Little fatty originally thought that Lin Xian could lure Yan Feng away, but later he realized that he was wrong. Yan Feng did not leave, and in the following time he did not meet anyone else. Immediately, he cursed Lin Xian in his heart. But now he was very grateful to Lin Xian because he saw a group of people ahead. Elder, second brother, big brother, you're here. Seeing those people, little fatty happily cheered, because that group of people was none other than the people of Merrywoods. It seemed that this guy was more reliable than he had imagined. If I escape in this direction, I will really be able to see my clansmen. Little fatty did not hate Lin Xian at all now, and even felt a little grateful. Ching Ho, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so pale? A Merrywoods elder anxiously asked. Sigh, elder, don't mention it. There's a lunatic chasing after me. Little fatty's face was full of anger. Luckily, I ran quickly. Otherwise, I would not be able to see you now. What? Someone dares to hurt you? Immediately, the elder was enraged. Beside him, the other Merrywoods disciples also coldly shouted, Who is so blind to dare bully our Merrywoods people? Does he not want to live any more? Ching Ho, tell me, who bullied you? I will help you. The elder also said in a deep voice, It's a lunatic, the famous lunatic Yen from the Palace of Gods of War. Little fatty was constantly panting. Running all the way here, he had used up a lot of his spiritual energy. Lunatic Yen from the Palace of Gods of War? Is it that peerless genius Yan Feng? Many disciples exclaimed. The elder's face also darkened, and he quickly asked, Is it really Yan Feng? Yes, it's him. Little fatty said, You, why did you provoke that lunatic for no reason? The elder's face was full of resentment. Don't you know the guy is mentally unstable? Little fatty's mouth immediately twitched. What the hell? What's going on? Didn't you say you would help me take revenge? Why are you talking about me now? But at this time, an unusually fierce aura suddenly came from behind, as if the entire space could not withstand it. Not good. That lunatic is chasing after us. When little fatty felt that aura, he jumped in fright and immediately hid behind the elder. In the next moment, an arrogant figure appeared, floating in the air, coldly looking down at the group of people from the Merrywoods. His lightning-like eyes stared at little fatty. No matter where you run to, you can't escape death. Yan Feng's voice was cold. Bah! Damn lunatic, I can't beat you, but I'm not afraid of you now. Come over if you have the ability, we'll beat you to death. Little fatty waved his fist. You're talking about this group of people? Yan Feng showed a look of disdain. Since that's the case, I'll kill all of them. Hearing this, the hearts of the disciples from the Merrywoods trembled, because they felt a terrifying murderous aura coming from the figure above them. As for the elder and the other elders, they coldly snorted, their faces gloomy. The other party was too arrogant. He did not put them in his eyes at all. No matter what, they were still a sovereign family. Although the other party was a peerless genius and was powerful, they had more people on their side. If they really fought, it was not certain who would win. Lunatic, don't be so arrogant. I advise you to leave quickly, Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. An elder from the merry woods snorted. Rude? I'd like to see how rude you are going to be. Yen Feng was extremely arrogant, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Like a lunatic, he reached out a large hand to grab little Fatty. The palm covered the sky and the sun, and there were sharp saber lights circling around its fingers, which even enveloped the elder. You're courting death. Seeing this, the elder was furious and punched upwards. This punch was like a ferocious tiger, shaking the void, and instantly collided with the sky-covering hand. Rumble! In the next moment, a terrifying explosion of energy swept out in all directions. Chapter 1150. Pung Pung. A series of explosions rang out. The elder from Merry Woods kept retreating, causing the ground to crack. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong that he could suppress him. The surrounding warriors of the Merry Woods were also extremely shocked when they saw this. They had never thought that their elder would be targeted in just one move. It was too hard to be confident. After all, his opponent was just a young man. This lunatic was too heaven-defying. After the initial shock, the elder's face turned gloomy. His opponent was too arrogant. Did he think that there was no one in Merry Woods? Kid, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can ignore everything just because you're strong. Merry Woods isn't something you can provoke. The elder's voice was cold. In the next moment, his body emitted a blazing light as if he was a bright sun. A blurry figure quickly rolled behind him and then condensed into form. It was a goshawk. Its body was jet black, like an ancient demonic beast. The goshawk's body emitted a terrifying aura, causing people to tremble, especially its eyes, which were incomparably sharp and cold, as if they were real. This goshawk was the martial spirit of the elder from Merry Woods. He was too angry, so he quickly released his martial spirit. Sky-shaking eagle. This is the elder's martial spirit. Looks like the elder is going to use his full strength. A group of Merry Woods disciples were shocked. Then, their eyes were filled with excitement. They believed that as long as their elder released his martial spirit, he would be able to deal with this lunatic in front of them. Little Fatty's face was also nervous. His hands were constantly clasped together, and he kept muttering, "Kill him! Kill him! We must kill this lunatic!" In front of them, Yen Feng's eyes were cold, as if he was the god of death. "What? You're so desperate that you've released your martial spirit?" His voice was calm and even had a hint of frivolity. It was obvious that he didn't take his opponent seriously. "Since that's the case, I won't play with you anymore," Yen Feng said coldly. In the next moment, he grasped the demon slayer at his waist. Suddenly, his entire body became extremely sharp. It was as if he was no longer human, but a peerless divine blade. No one dared to look at him directly. At this moment, the surrounding warriors were all trembling because the aura was too terrifying. It was as if an invisible saber light was going to cut them in half. "Die, you old bastard!" Yen Feng's voice was cold. In the next moment, he quickly drew his saber. A sonorous sound rang out, causing the entire world to tremble. Then, a blue light appeared in the sky like a canopy and spread out in all directions. The elder of the Merry Woods also let out a long roar, and with the martial spirit behind him, he quickly rushed forward. With a bang, the entire world shook violently. The ground cracked open, and a crack that was almost 1,000 feet long appeared under their feet, spreading into the distance. At the point of collision, spatial cracks appeared. Numerous black holes flickered in the sky, as if they were deep abysses. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm and quickly retreated because that energy was too terrifying. If they were affected by it, they would lose their lives. The little Fatty also screamed and quickly activated the green shoes on his feet. Like a green gust of wind, he instantly left the battlefield. However, his eyes were fixed on the center. After an intense collision, a muffled groan was heard. Immediately after, the energy in front of them exploded, and two figures appeared. Could it be that the victor has been decided? Everyone was shocked and looked forward anxiously. They wanted to know what the result was. The battle had ended so quickly that it was beyond their imagination. However, an even more shocking scene appeared. The one who was sent flying was not Yen Feng from the Palace of Aries, but the elder of the Merry Woods. What? How is this possible? The disciples of the Merry Woods were stunned. They could not believe it. Their elder was a 7th rank honorable realm, and he had even summoned his martial spirit. He was extremely powerful, but he was still defeated. How strong was Yen Feng? Everyone looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Damn it! The little fatty's face was also gloomy. He gritted his teeth and quickly flew towards the injured elder. Elder, are you all right? The little fatty quickly took out 2 blue pills and fed them to the elder. I did not expect that kid to be so strong. He could even defeat my martial spirit so easily. Ching Ho, you should leave quickly, the elder of the Merry Woods said weakly. Although the Merry Woods was also a king family and no one dared to provoke them, that was only for ordinary people. Their family's reputation was completely useless against this lunatic in front of them. Damn it, let's fight out with him. I don't believe that he can defeat so many of us. The little fatty gritted his teeth and glared at the front. He was too angry. The other party was too arrogant. They had already fought their way to their home, but they were still unwilling to let go. I want to let him know the power of the Merry Woods. Don't be rash. The injured elder stopped the little fatty and said in a low voice, You are not his match yet. Leave quickly and find our people. Then you will be safe. Yen Feng sneered. What? You still want to resist? If you really dare to attack, I don't mind killing all of you. His expression was arrogant, as if he was a lunatic. What arrogance? Who dares to destroy the Merry Woods? However, at this moment, a cold snort came from afar, following which countless powerful auras rushed over. It's the 6th elder, they are here. Hearing this voice, the disciples of the Merry Woods all cheered. The little fatty and the injured elder also heaved a sigh of relief. Because their reinforcements had arrived, they were safe. Yen Feng frowned. He did not expect that the other party would come at this time. This was not good news for him. After all, he did not have much time to waste here. With a cold snort, Yen Feng raised his long sword and slashed down again. A blue sword light flew out and swept through the sky like a huge wave. It was very terrifying. In an instant, it enveloped the little fatty. Feeling this aura, all the disciples, including the little fatty's, face changed. They could not escape at all. At this moment, a surge of energy came from afar. A palm as big as a mountain suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Then, with a terrifying posture, it fiercely attacked the sword light. Pum! The two collided and a shocking sound was heard. Then, the huge palm was cut open. However, the blade light also rapidly weakened. In the end, it dissipated into the surroundings. In the next moment, a group of people quickly arrived. This group of people were the cultivators of the Merry Woods. At this moment, they had arrived in time to help. The leader of the group had a powerful aura. He was even stronger than the injured elder. When he saw Yen Feng in the distance, he frowned. The Merry Woods and the Palace of Gods of War do not have any grudges. Why are you attacking? Chapter 1151. Even if the other party was a peerless genius from the Palace of Gods of War, they would not be afraid because the Merry Woods were not afraid of the Palace of Gods of War. Therefore, they had to get back at them. At this moment, another group of people quickly arrived from the horizon. When Yen Feng saw this group of people, his face turned ugly. It was because the group of people who had arrived later were all from the Morong family. The one leading them was Morong Chinchin, who was wearing a purple robe and looking as beautiful as a goddess. He did not know why Morong Chinchin was here, but he knew that she did not have a good relationship with the Palace of Gods of War. If the Morong clan came to help the Merrywoods, then he would have to leave today. What happened? Morong Chingching also asked as soon as she arrived. Beauty Morong is here too. Little Fatty jumped out and quickly explained. For the rest of the time, he recounted the entire process with exaggerated details. You're saying that he attacked a person wearing a green robe and carrying an ancient sword? Morong Chingching asked in a low voice. Yes, but that person was wearing a bright red armor and was not injured. It's strange that a level 5 brat could survive under a lunatic's blade. It's really shocking. Morong Chingching's face turned cold. If she was not wrong, the youth that Little Fatty described was Lin Xian. This damn lunatic, he actually dared to attack Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Morong Chingching clenched her fists under her sleeves. Then she looked at the Merrywoods elder. How do you want to resolve this matter? Of course we want to get justice. Don't try to persuade me. The Merrywoods elder thought that Morong Chingching was trying to stop the fight, but in the next moment he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone was stunned. Morong Chingching's face was as dark as water. She said in a low voice, Stop the fight? I'm not interested in that. I plan to attack together with you. Attack together? The Merrywoods elders were also stunned, but then their faces were filled with joy. With Morong Chingching's help, their chances of success would definitely increase by a lot. When the little fatty heard this, his face was filled with shock. What was this girl doing? She actually wanted to attack Madman as well. That madman had never offended her. He had a confused look on his face and didn't understand at all. Yen Feng didn't understand either. However, his expression became very ugly because it seemed that Morong Chingching wasn't just going to fight by herself. She was going to bring the entire Morong family with her. I feel that to deal with such a lunatic, we should forget about fighting one-on-one. Why don't we gang up on him? Good idea, I like it. Fatty clapped his hands and began to organize the disciples of Merrywoods. He had been chased by Yen Feng all this while, and he had been feeling extremely sullen. Now that he could retaliate, he was naturally excited. Moreover, he knew that Yen Feng was going to be in trouble this time. Putting aside the enormous strength of the two sovereign clans, just the combined strength of Morong Chingching and the group of elders was enough to make Yen Feng unable to resist. The reason for that was because no matter how powerful his opponent was, he was still only a 7th layer exalted. Therefore, they were extremely confident this time. Yen Feng's expression was gloomy. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't a fool. In the next moment, he turned around and flew into the distance. Trying to run? Not so easy. Morong Chingching activated the True Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal and unleashed a shocking attack. A huge phoenix covered the sky. When it spread its wings, it covered a radius of 1,000 miles. The elders of Merrywoods also took action. Surging spiritual energy quickly surged forward. In an instant, a great battle broke out. If he had the chance to start over, Yen Feng would definitely not have chased after this little fatty, because he would never have thought that this would happen. Now he was being surrounded by a few 7th layer exalted and a group of 6th layer exalted. Finally, there were countless young disciples outside. Although they were like ants in his eyes, the combined attack of so many people was not to be underestimated. Under the combined attack of so many people, his blood was churning. He spat out mouthfuls of snow and suffered heavy injuries all over his body. Ah, damn it! Yen Feng roared angrily, feeling extremely aggrieved. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that this group of people was too strong. No matter who came, they wouldn't be able to resist. Merrywoods, Morong family, I'll remember this. Yen Feng gritted his teeth. Then, without hesitation, he summoned his saber soul and became one with his saber. He turned into a shocking saber light and rushed into the sky to escape. He's running away. Oh, Madman Yen is running away. The disciples were excited. Damn madman, who asked you to chase after me? Now you know that I'm not to be trifled with." Little Fatty had a smug look on his face as well. As for Yen Feng's threat before he left, the two families didn't take it to heart. Their strength was not weaker than the Palace of Ares, so they weren't afraid of revenge. Moreover, this matter was provoked by the other party. No matter which side they were on, they were all victims and had enough reason to attack. The elders of Merry Woods also revealed gratified smiles. However, they then glared at Little Fatty. "Ching Ho, didn't we warn you not to cause trouble here?" "In all honesty, I really didn't provoke that madman." Little Fatty raised his hand and swore. "Why did that madman want to kill you?" "That's because I discovered a secret," Little Fatty said proudly. "Secret? What secret?" Everyone was interested. A secret that could make Yen Feng offend Merry Woods and kill him must be extraordinary. Even the people from the Morong family looked over curiously. "Morong girl, thank you for your help this time. Why don't we discuss it together?" The elders of Merry Woods invited. Okay, Morong Ching Ching didn't refuse. She was also very curious about what kind of secret it was, to be able to make Yen Feng kill him at all costs. Seeing that everyone was here, Little Fatty opened his mouth and said, "A while ago there was a huge commotion in the secret territory. You all should know about it. An ancient demonic beast has escaped from the underground seal. This news, I've heard about it." A few elders nodded, because the commotion was too big. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, many people still felt the shocking waves. "The news I want to tell you is related to this ancient beast, because I saw this ancient beast with my own eyes." "What? You saw it?" This time, everyone was shocked. "I saw it," Little Fatty said with lingering fear. It was too terrifying. Just the shock waves alone could kill a 7th-level honored realm cultivator. Fortunately, it only flew past quickly. Otherwise, if it wanted to attack, that madman and I would have died. Oh, that madman was there too. What was it? Chapter 1152. Heaven-ranking savage beast, Heavenly Netherbird. Heavenly Netherbird, it's actually this savage beast. Rumor has it that it has the bloodline of the great Xia dragon finch. These people were all martial artists from the king families, so they were not unfamiliar with the legends of the Heavenly Netherbird. Therefore, when they found out that there was a Heavenly Netherbird in the secret realm, they were all extremely shocked. So that's how it is. I think the secret realm is named after the Heavenly Netherbird. An older generation figure sighed. They had entered the secret realm many times, but they had never found an ancient savage beast sealed here. It seems that we have to be careful this time. We must avoid that savage beast. The older generation figure was prepared to warn the younger generation not to cause trouble. However, Little Fatty shook his head. "No, we can't avoid it. Instead, we have to find it." "What? You want to provoke that savage beast? Do you want to die?" An elder fumed. Little Fatty smiled bitterly. "Of course, I want to die. I also know how powerful that savage beast is. However, we have to find that savage beast because the Heavenly Netherbird is really heading towards a certain place." "A place? Where?" "The core area of the secret realm." "The core area?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned and then sucked in a breath of cold air. This news was too shocking. They knew that the secret realm was huge, but they didn't know how many places there were in the secret realm. However, they guessed that there would definitely be a core area here, and the things there would definitely surpass the other areas. Moreover, they guessed that the core area was left behind by the creator of the secret realm, an ancient peerless expert. Perhaps there would be the legacy and cave of the ancient peerless expert. And now, the Heavenly Netherbird was also heading towards the core area. "Ching Ho, are you sure about this?" An elder from the Merry Woods asked in a deep voice. This news was too important, and they had to be sure before they could act. After all, the Heavenly Netherbird was extremely terrifying. If they weren't careful, they could be wiped out. Most likely because I was following behind that madman and saw that he was very excited. I think he must have heard some rumors. Moreover, it turns out that my guess was right. That's because that madman continued to chase after the heavenly netherbird. I was chasing after him, but he discovered me halfway, so he chased me all the way. Hearing this, everyone basically believed it. The Palace of Gods of War was also a king clan. Maybe they knew some kind of secret. And judging from the madman's reaction, it was very likely that he knew. Let's work together. That place isn't something one or two of us can break through, Marywood's elders said to Morong Chingcheng. Agreed. Morong Chingcheng nodded. She also knew that the core area was extremely dangerous, so it was necessary to work together. Next, the two families began to carefully research various countermeasures. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had also shaken off Yan Feng's pursuit and were rapidly traversing through the forest. Then, they adjusted their route and chased after the heavenly netherbird. However, this time they were very careful. Furthermore, they were not in a hurry. They knew that the two of them were not the only ones chasing after them. There was also the powerful Yan Feng. They had to make sure it was safe before they could go on their way. On top of a green mountain, the two of them sat cross-legged. They had just traveled for a day, so they were preparing to rest and cultivate for the next day. And now, Lin Xian was fully focused on comprehending the sword technique he had comprehended. Previously, Yan Feng's blade technique had given him a lot of inspiration. Moreover, after some research, he was finally able to fuse the concept of wind and metal to create the new returning wind-whisking willow sword. That sword technique was extremely strange. It was soft yet firm, making it impossible to guard against. Not only that, Lin Xian also began to fuse different concepts together to create many other unique sword techniques. It could be said that Lin Xian's battle strength had reached the pinnacle, but now, after this, his battle style had also reached an extremely diverse range. Although his cultivation did not increase, his battle strength had greatly increased. This was a very important step for him. On the side, Zhao Shui was also shocked when she saw various forms of sword qi appearing on Lin Xian's fingertips from time to time. Although she was very talented and had reached the 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm at such a young age, she had to admit that the young man in front of her had the best cultivation talent she had ever seen. In particular, the other party's comprehension ability was simply too terrifying. The sword qi that had fused different concepts shocked her. Fortunately, the two of them were friends. Otherwise, encountering an enemy like Lin Xian would definitely be a headache for any powerful cultivator. On the other hand, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had the great dragon sword soul as a foundation, so his battle strength was outstanding. Now, with the sword technique that was formed from the fusion of different concepts, its power could be said to be even more terrifying than before. 3 days later, Lin Xian withdrew his palm and slowly exhaled. Now he could completely fuse the concepts that he had comprehended. This was a big breakthrough for him. Seeing Lin Xian withdraw his hand, Zhao Shui said softly, "It seems that your harvest this time is not small." "It is indeed not small." Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. "What about you? How's your cultivation progress?" "I've already absorbed 1/3 of the energy in the Dragon Ball. So far, I haven't been affected by the evil aura." Zhao Shui said, "It seems that you're making good progress too." Lin Xian did not expect Zhao Shui to absorb the energy so quickly. However, he did not feel that Zhao Shui's cultivation had increased too much. He thought that the energy should have all flowed into the virtual sky eyes. What exactly was the virtual sky eyes? Was it a cultivation technique or Zhao Shui's martial soul? Lin Xian was very puzzled. However, this was a personal secret, so he was embarrassed to ask. Since the two of them had withdrawn from their cultivation, they did not delay. They got up and quickly went on their way. However, this time, the two of them were not as careful as before. Instead, they seemed to be charging forward. This was because Lin Xian was too excited. He wanted to find an enemy to practice with. He wanted to see how powerful the sword technique formed from the fusion of different concepts was. However, it was obviously impossible to find a single human in this vast forest all of a sudden. Therefore, Lin Xian set his sights on monster beasts. Ordinary monster beasts were not worthy of his attention. At least a 5- or 6-star monster general was enough for him to experiment with. Monster beasts of this level were not common, but they were easy to find because their monstrous aura could be felt from far away. Chapter 1153. Sure enough, Zhao Shui soon discovered a demonic beast with the void sky eye above. It was a blood lion. It was huge like a small mountain and was surrounded by a murderous aura. Obviously, it was a powerful beast. I found it. It's a blood lion with the strength of a 6-star demonic general. Moreover, it seems to be an ancient mutant, Zhao Shui said in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian was overjoyed and hurried forward. Not long after, he felt a thick wave of demonic qi rushing towards him. The aura was too terrifying. The demonic aura turned into a blood-red mist that filled the entire forest. The blood-red mist contained a terrifying demonic aura and was extremely poisonous. Anyone below the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm would die upon contact. Even a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm martial artist would lose a lot of their strength if they were accidentally infected by the poisonous aura. Just by looking at the demonic aura, one could tell how terrifying the demonic beast ahead was. However, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were not afraid at all. Zhao Shui's cultivation was at the 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm, and her strength was far superior to the demonic beast ahead. Therefore, she did not care about the red poisonous creatures at all. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm, his combat strength was extremely powerful and was even more terrifying than a 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Therefore, he was not afraid of these poisonous creatures. In the next moment, he used the returning wind whisking willow sword. A green and golden leaf sword qi revolved around him, forming a powerful sword aura that blocked all the poisonous creatures outside his body. The two of them were like immortal kings as they walked in the poisonous gas without being affected at all. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar that shook the mountains and rivers came from ahead. Obviously, the blood lion had discovered that humans had entered its territory. This made it extremely furious. In the next moment, a blood-red figure flew over quickly. The ground trembled, and endless winds blew in all directions. A blood-red lion the size of a house appeared in front of Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes at the sight of the blood lion. He was eager to fight it. The blood lion, on the other hand, revealed a fearful expression because it sensed that the white-clothed woman in front of it was stronger than it. It didn't dare to provoke such a person. Although it was a demonic beast and its physique was stronger than a human's, it still couldn't break through the level suppression. However, what made it feel slightly relieved was that the white-clothed woman in front of it was only looking at it coldly and had no intention of making a move. On the other hand, a young man in green beside him had an eager expression. A trace of contempt appeared in the blood lion's huge eyes as he looked at the young man in green. As an ancient mutated species, it had long gained sentience, so its intelligence was not inferior to that of ordinary humans. The young man in a green shirt in front of it was only a 5th-layer martial highness, a far cry from it. It could kill such a person with a single slap. It was laughable that the other party dared to use it as a practice partner. It decided that as long as the young man dared to make a move, it would definitely slap him to death and quickly escape without giving the white-clothed woman a chance to make a move. Lin Xian sneered when he saw the mocking look in the blood lion's eyes. Then he raised his arm and quickly struck out with sword qi. Roar! The blood lion was furious. It didn't expect that the human ant in front of it would really dare to attack it. In the next moment, it didn't hold back and grabbed forward with a huge claw. Immediately, the sky darkened as sand and stones flew everywhere. The entire sky was shrouded by the claw. It had not tasted human flesh for a long time, and today was a good day for it. However, the blood lion screamed in the next moment. That was because its claw had been pierced. A golden sword light shone like the divine light of the sun and quickly struck its claw. There were also bolts of lightning surrounding the sword light. The entire sword chi was filled with a fierce and violent aura. In an instant, it pierced through the blood lion's huge claw. Blood splattered in all directions. Not bad. It's stronger than I expected. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. This sword chi was formed by the fusion of the metal essence and the thunder essence. The two essences were both very powerful in terms of attack power. Now that they were fused, they displayed extremely strong combat power. In just one move, it injured the 6-star fiend general with a strong physique. This sword is quite powerful. Let's call it the Metal Thunder. Lin Xian was very satisfied. On the other hand, the blood lion let out a miserable howl as a look of terror appeared in its huge eyes. It didn't expect the human ant in front of it to be so powerful that he could injure it with just a raise of his hand. Could he be a young prodigy of the human race? The blood lion was not stupid. When it thought of this possibility, it immediately turned and ran. Previously, it attacked because it thought that the human was an ant that it could easily kill. However, now that the situation had changed, it naturally didn't dare to attack again. Trying to run? Seeing the fleeing figure, Lin Xian's smile became even wider. With a wave of his arm, several blue sword chi surged out and rushed forward. The sword chi was blue like a gem and was unusually soft. It was like a ribbon that kept dancing in the air. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would be able to see that there were tiny golden rays of light swimming within the blue light. This time, the sword chi was formed by the fusion of the water and metal essences. There was an unimaginable toughness in the softness. The sword chi danced in the air like water dragons and instantly wrapped around the blood lion's huge body. The sound of metal clattering could be heard. In an instant, the blood lion was tied up and fell to the ground. He struggled angrily. The fiend chi on his body was monstrous. The ground around him cracked, forming cracks that spread in all directions. However, no matter how he struggled, the sword chi on his body was like a strong iron chain. It was tightly bound and showed no signs of loosening. This sword shall be called the Immortal Trapping Sword. Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of him and said with satisfaction. Next to him, Zhao Shui was also shocked because the power of Lin Xian's sword technique was beyond her imagination. It seemed that he could perfectly fuse any attribute. In front of him, the blood lion fell to the ground and trembled. It now understood that the young man in green was definitely not an ordinary human. This was because it didn't believe that an ordinary fifth heaven venerable one could perform such a technique. I misjudged him. I really misjudged him. A look of despair appeared in the blood lion's eyes. However, the scene that it imagined did not happen. The two humans did not kill it. The young man in green waved his hand, and the four-sword chi on his body quickly disappeared. Lin Xian did not kill it. He withdrew the four-sword chi and quickly left with Zhao Shui. Since they already knew the power of the fused sword skill, it was time to hit the road. However, they had just crossed 2 mountains when they heard the sound of fighting in front of them. Chapter 1154. The landscape in front of them changed drastically. It was no longer a mountain range, but a huge rift valley. It was a bottomless abyss. At that moment, there were several figures fighting fiercely near the huge rift valley. Damn it, our intelligence was wrong. This red-scaled centipede has reached the level of a 7-star demon general. It's an ancient mutated species. It's extremely powerful. Be careful. Don't come into contact with its venom. Exclamations could be heard. Roar. After the exclamations of the humans, there was an earth-shattering sound. It was like a demonic sound that pierced through the clouds. This sound was too terrifying. It was far more powerful than the bloodlion's roar. Just this sound alone was enough to make the cultivators' blood boil. The weaker cultivators even spat out mouthfuls of blood. Before this sound could be heard, a huge black figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a red-scaled centipede that was hundreds of feet long. It was surrounded by a dense demonic aura. It was obviously a peerless demon. Countless tentacles waved in the air like the hands of a demon. Every strike could split mountains and rivers. What a terrifying demonic aura! Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were shocked when they saw this. The centipede in front of them was too terrifying. Compared to it, the blood lion was like a docile kitten. Not only did they see a terrifying demonic beast, but they also saw a group of people. There were about 20 people in the group. 2 of them were 7th-level supremacies, while the rest were 6th-level supremacies. The rest were 5th-level supremacies. This force was extremely terrifying. They could wipe out a large area. However, they were not strong enough to deal with this peerless beast. Dodge its tentacle attack. A 7th-level supremacies roared. The void trembled. Countless demonic claws waved in the air like black lightning. Instantly, a few screams were heard. A few 5th-level supremacies could not dodge at all and were instantly pierced by the demonic claws. In fact, 2 6th-level supremacies did not manage to escape. Damned beast! Another 7th-level supremacies was furious. He waved the azure sword in his hand, and a sword chi slashed forward. Clang! 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 These sword chis all slashed onto the red-scaled centipede's body, causing countless sparks to fly. The surrounding ground was also torn apart by the aftershock, forming one abyss after another. However, even though the sword chi was powerful, it only managed to push the red phosphorus centipede back. It did not manage to break the scales on its body. This only angered the red phosphorus centipede even more. It let out an angry roar, opened its bloody mouth, and spat out a black mist. The fog was pitch black, accompanied by ghostly wails and howls. There were also layers of ghostly figures floating around. In an instant, it enveloped many martial artists. Immediately, those martial artists let out miserable howls. Set up the formation. Quickly set up the formation. The 2 7th-level venerables shouted madly. Instantly, the surviving 6th-level venerables came to their side and quickly formed a formation. After forming the formation, the combat power of these people became stronger, and they quickly resisted the red phosphorus centipede. In the distance, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui watched this scene with flickering eyes. "Are we going to attack?" Zhao Shui asked. There were many good things on the red phosphorus centipede. "Yes, we are. However, we're not going to attack it." Lin Xian said, "Use your void sky eyes to check if there is a secret cave nearby. These people are no match for the red phosphorus centipede, but they are still unwilling to leave. This means that there must be something nearby that is attracting them. Even in the face of such danger, they are unwilling to give up. If it is not a cave, then it should be some kind of supreme-grade spiritual herb." Lin Xian guessed. Zhao Shui nodded. Then, she used her void sky eyes to quickly check the surroundings of the Grand Canyon. "I found it. There is indeed a cave below the Grand Canyon. Moreover, there was a rich spiritual energy in the cave, and countless rays of light were shining in the cave." "It is there." Lin Xian smiled. "Let's go down and take a look." Then the 2 of them moved and quickly flew down the Grand Canyon from the other side. "Who is it?" The 2 7th-level supremacies who were fighting frowned and shouted coldly. In the next moment, they saw 2 figures flying down the canyon at high speed, like ghosts. "Damn it, get back here." One of the 7th-level supremacies was enraged and quickly slashed out a ray of sword chi. However, the sharp sword chi slashed through the air and only left a deep crack in ground. The two figures quickly dodged. Ah, damn it. Those people were completely enraged. They were risking their lives to pin down the primordial ferocious beast. But someone wanted to take advantage of the situation and sneak down to take the treasure. How could they tolerate this? "I will go and kill him," a middle-aged bald man said. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This bald man's cultivation was at the 7th level, and he was one of the 2 experts here. "If you leave, our array will not be able to last. We will not be able to resist the red, phosphorus centipede. We might even be wiped out," the other, gray-haired old man who was at the 7th level said. "Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch as the treasure is taken away?" The middle-aged bald man was unwilling. The other 6th level supremacies were also unwilling. "Don't worry, it's not that easy to take the treasure," the gray-haired old man sneered. "The bottom of the Grand Canyon is filled with poisonous gas. Those below the 7th level supremacies cannot resist it. Even a 7th level supremacies have to be careful. Even if the 2 of them can resist the poisonous gas and enter the treasure cave, they will be extremely weak by the time they take the treasure. When the time comes, we will attack and quickly snatch the treasure from their hands. Then we will leave quickly. This is much easier than taking the treasure ourselves. Moreover, judging from the aura of the 2 figures, one of them is at the 7th level supremacies while the other is only at the 5th level supremacies. Such a lineup will not be able to defeat us. When the time comes, it will be easy to snatch the treasure from their hands." Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators revealed sinister smiles. "All right, let the 2 of them take the treasure first. When they come out, the treasure will be ours." Thinking of this, everyone joined forces again to restrain the red phosphorus centipede. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui dodged the sword chi and sped up again. They quickly entered the Grand Canyon. As soon as they entered the Grand Canyon, they felt wisps of black fog surging towards them. The black fog was extremely poisonous. Cultivators below the 7th level supremacies could not resist it at all. Even a 7th level supremacies would be extremely weak if they inhaled it. Fortunately, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were not ordinary people. They had extraordinary means. In an instant, Lin Xian propped up his red lotus armor. Golden vortexes spun around Zhao Shui and absorbed all the surrounding fog. Not only that, they also felt the existence of 2 soul powers. It was as if they were watching their every move. Chapter 1155. "It seems that we are being watched," Zhao Shui said in a low voice. "It should be the 2 7th level honorables above. It seems that they know our purpose." Lin Xian also frowned. "I guess they are waiting for us to take out the treasure before taking action." What a good idea." Lin Xian sneered. "Don't use your full strength. Just resist the black fog." Now that someone was watching them, they naturally would not reveal their trump card. What they needed to do was to hide their strength and deceive the 2 7th level honorables above. In this way, it would be hard to say who would be the one to take the treasure. Then Lin Xian activated the red lotus armor to hide the blazing light on it and make it less dazzling. At this moment, the red lotus armor looked like an ordinary armor, but its power was not reduced at all. Zhao Shui's body also emitted light, forming a circular light screen that covered the golden vortex. Finally, the 2 of them flew down carefully. The canyon was very deep, as if it was bottomless. The cave was also in the underground abyss. Therefore, after flying for a while, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui got rid of the 2 honorable surveillance. Therefore, in the next moment, they did not hold back and used their full strength again to rush down quickly. A green sword light appeared on Lin Xian's body. It was extremely sharp and cut open the green fog. Countless gusts of wind formed around him and blew away the surrounding black fog. Although the deeper they went, the more terrifying the black poisonous gas was. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul and wind concept to increase their speed by several times. At such a fast speed, they quickly sense the cave below. What a rich spiritual energy. We are almost there. The two of them sensed the rich spiritual energy coming from below and saw a light spot not far below. It should be the light from the treasure in the cave. In the next moment, the two of them turned around and arrived in front of the cave. Let's go in and take a look. Without any hesitation, the two of them quickly entered the cave. Compared to the pitch-black fog outside, it was a completely different world. Lin Xian dashed towards the deepest part of the cave. Soon his body shook, and his face was filled with ecstasy. Purple thunder, divine bamboo. Further ahead, there was a bamboo that was as tall as a person. It was purple all over, like a sparkling purple jade. On top of it, purple lightning circled around it, emitting the power of lightning that made one's heart tremble. Just the power of the lightning was enough to make Zhao Shui take notice. Looking at the surging power of lightning, this purple thunder divine bamboo was at least 5,000 years old. Lin Xian was also ecstatic in his heart. He himself cultivated thunder and lightning. If he could absorb the thunder and lightning on the purple thunder divine bamboo, it would definitely increase his cultivation and strength by a large margin. Not only that, but the violet thunder divine bamboo not only contained powerful lightning energy, it was also incomparably hard. It was the best material for making weapons. For example, a 5,000-year-old purple thunder god tribe member could be used to make earth-grade weapons. Lin Xian never imagined that he would encounter such a precious item here. Moreover, it was so old. This was definitely a rare treasure, but in the next moment, he revealed a puzzled expression. This was because he was only 20 meters away from the purple thunder divine bamboo, but he still couldn't feel a trace of the power of lightning. This made him extremely puzzled. With such a terrifying purple thunder divine bamboo, the surrounding 100 miles would probably be filled with boundless, violent power of lightning. But he was so close and still so safe. This was too strange. Finally, Lin Xian quickly looked around. As expected, there was a circle of black vines near the purple thunder divine bamboo. They formed an arc that completely surrounded the purple thunder god lord. This black wooden stake was underground. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to discover it. Dark thunder would. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. He had discovered another treasure. This dark thunder was able to isolate the power of lightning. Moreover, it had the effect of nourishing the soul and warding off evil spirits. It could be called extremely mystical. For this purple thunder divine bamboo to be able to block a 5,000-year-old purple thunder divine bamboo, it was absolutely extraordinary. Zhao Shui, this dark wood can nourish the soul and also ward off evil spirits. How about I give it to you? Sure. Zhao Shui nodded. She was also extremely moved by the dark wood. This was because this thing could help her suppress the evil energy within the dragon pearl. Moreover, it could stabilize her heaven void eye. Thus, this thing was extremely useful to her. The two people discussed and then prepared to take the treasure. According to Lin Xian's plan, he would take the purple thunder divine bamboo first, and then Zhao Shui would take the dark wood. But at this time, Zero suddenly spoke up. Boy, you'd best take out this purple thunder divine bamboo along with the roots. What are you going to do with that? Lin Xian was stunned. Originally, he only wanted to take away the branches above the roots and leave the roots here so that they could grow again. Normally, cultivators would do this when picking natural treasures. They would leave the roots so that they could grow again in the future. Thus, Lin Xian was very puzzled by Zero's request. Don't worry, I don't want to destroy the purple thunder divine bamboo. I just think that this thing can be planted somewhere else. Somewhere else? What place? Lin Xian frowned. If this thing was taken to the outside world, it would definitely cause a group of 7th-level supremacies to go crazy. He didn't want to be chased by a group of people all day. Boy, Do you know what kind of space I'm in? If you plant it in this space, you will obtain unexpected results. Zero coldly said. Space? Lin Xian was stunned. Then he slapped his head. Only now did he remember that Zero was in the mysterious small sword inside his body. It was indeed a special space. Moreover, that space was incomparably mysterious. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. He knew that Zero must have its reasons for asking. Thus, in the next moment, he and Zero took action together. They pulled out the purple thunder divine bamboo along with the soil and quickly planted it in the mysterious small sword space. The purple thunder divine bamboo suddenly appeared in the mysterious small sword and was planted to the side. Instantly, the god race member trembled, as if it was extremely excited. In fact, the lightning on it became even more resplendent. It's so magical. Lin Xian's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the purple thunder divine bamboo would have such obvious changes as soon as it was planted. Of course, the space in your body is very mysterious. Even I can't see through it. Zero said in a deep voice. You can't see through it either? Lin Xian was surprised. He knew that Zero had an extraordinary background and knew many secrets. However, even Zero couldn't see through it. Could it be that the mysterious space in his body had some shocking secret? Chapter 1156. However, he could only see about 100 meters ahead of him. There was a towering tree about 100 meters ahead of him. However, it had already withered. Wine Lord used to sit under the tree and drink. Further ahead was a vast expanse of whiteness. Lin Xian could not see through it at all. He had originally thought that the space inside was only about 100 meters in size. However, it seemed that this was not the case. Behind the white fog, there might be a wider space. However, he could not see through it at all. This was because his soul power could not penetrate the chaotic fog. As for his real body, he had entered once with Wine Lord's help. Other than that, he could not enter at all. My cultivation is still not enough. Lin Xian exited the mysterious space. He decided that when his cultivation was strong enough, he would take a closer look. However, it was not the time yet. Let's go. Lin Xian exited the space in his body and flew out of the cave. Soon, the two of them were out of the cave. In the beginning, they moved forward quickly. When they were within the range of the soul power of the two 7th level honorables, they hid their strength again and flew upward slowly. Everyone, pay attention. The two of them are coming up. The bald man who was fighting above said to the martial artists beside him, I can sense a lot of strange auras from them. I think they must have obtained some treasures. The gray-haired old man snorted. It seems that the two of them are quite lucky. Even the 5th level kid did not die. Hee, so what? Even if he can avoid the poisonous fog below, he can't avoid our attacks. The other 6th level honorables sneered. However, the other 7th level honorable is not to be underestimated. The bald man frowned. It's fine. We have already made preparations. When the two of them come up, we will lure the red-scaled centipede over. When the time comes, we will take advantage of the chaos and take down those people together. When the surrounding people heard the gray-haired old man's suggestion, they were instantly filled with confidence. Not long after, the gray-haired old man roared, They are here. Attack! Sure enough, there were two figures flying over from the bottom of the canyon. These two figures were naturally Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. However, as soon as they came ashore, they were fiercely attacked. The two of them snorted and quickly used their movement techniques to dodge the attacks. But soon after, they frowned. That was because the two 7th-level venerables had already led their people over. They weren't worried about that. What they were worried about was that those people would attract the red-scaled centipede. Damn it, these guys are trying to shift the blame. Zhao Shui's face was cold. Not necessarily. I don't think the red-scaled centipede was attracted by them. Instead, it seems to be after the treasure. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Lin Xian's guess was right. The red-scaled centipede was indeed here for the treasure. It waved its hundreds of tentacles and quickly slithered through the air. His pitch-black eyes emitted an ice-cold killing intent as he let out a roar that tore apart the heavens and earth. He was furious because the other party had snatched his purple thunder divine bamboo. He had discovered the purple thunder divine bamboo a few decades ago. Moreover, he had been guarding it nearby. He wanted to let the purple thunder divine bamboo grow for a few more years until it reached 6,000 years old. At that time, he would devour the purple thunder divine bamboo. That would greatly increase his strength. At that time, he would even possess the power of thunder and be able to control thunder and lightning. However, all of this had been destroyed by the two humans in front of him, especially the young man in green. He could sense the thick aura of the purple thunder divine bamboo from him. This made him furious. The bald man, the gray-robed elder, and the others naturally sensed the red-scaled centipede's anger and immediately sneered. It seems that we don't need to use our tentacles. That bastard is already furious. Just watch. Those two thieves definitely won't be able to escape. The treasure will definitely be ours. The group sneered. Zhao Shui, use your void sky eyes and try your best to control the red-scaled centipede. Leave the rest to me. At this critical moment, Lin Xian said in a low voice, "Don't worry. It might be troublesome to defeat it, but it's easy to confuse it." With that, Zhao Shui formed a seal with her hands, and the void sky eyes quickly formed in the air. A huge eye appeared in the void and shot out a ray of gray light, which quickly entered the red phosphorus centipede's eye. Instantly, the red-scaled centipede's body stiffened and even its movements became sluggish. Then a scarlet color appeared in the huge eye and the demonic aura around its body suddenly surged and became extremely chaotic. Damn it, this bastard is going berserk. The bald man and the gray-robed elder's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly fled in all directions. They had never imagined that the red-scaled centipede would go berserk in advance. This was simply too strange. "Elder, look up!" A sixth-rank supremacy screamed. Then everyone looked up at the sky and were instantly shocked. This was because they saw a huge eye condensed in the clouds and looking down on the world. Moreover, there was a ray of gray light in the eye that seemed to be controlling the black centipede. "That's an eye technique." The bald man was shocked. How could this be? She could actually control an ancient demonic beast? He was simply too shocked. He had never imagined that she would be a 7th-rank supremacy at such a young age. Not only that, but she could also control an ancient demonic beast in such a short time. They had seen beast taming and illusion techniques before, but they had never seen anyone who could control an ancient demonic beast in an instant. Moreover, it was a 7-star demonic beast. Boom, boom, boom. Behind them, the red-scaled centipede went berserk and countless tentacles attacked in all directions. Instantly, a few 6th-rank supremacies were severely injured and were sent flying. No, she's not controlling the demonic beast. She's only affecting this bastard. We still have a chance. The gray-robed elder's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Listen to my orders. Escape in all directions. Don't gather together." It was obvious that although the red-scaled centipede was berserk, its attacks were very scattered and did not have a clear target. Obviously, this was a manifestation of its mental disorder. In other words, the lady in white in front of them was not truly controlling this ancient demonic beast. Hearing the gray-robed elder's words, the surrounding martial artists did not dare to stay and fled in all directions. Treasures were no longer important. Their lives were the most important thing now. Trying to escape? Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his arm and a ray of blue sword qi shot out quickly. The sword qi expanded in the wind and turned into a green sword qi that was a few 100 feet long. It then slashed forward quickly. Immortal trapping sword. Lin Xian used a sword technique that he had just comprehended and slashed forward quickly. In an instant, the green sword qi turned into a chain and completely covered the space in front of them. Clang! 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 Those martial artists who were escaping collided with the sword qi and were quickly pushed back.